Capital, Volume 1. This independent recording by Andrew S. Reitenberg is public domain, both in content and in audio. Chapter 15. Machinery and Large-Scale Industry. Section 1. The Development of Machinery. John Stuart Mill says in his Principles of Political Economy, quote, "It is questionable if all the mechanical inventions yet made have lightened the day's toil of any human being." End quote. That is, however, by no means the aim of the application of machinery under capitalism. Like every other instrument for increasing the productivity of labor, machinery is intended to cheapen commodities, and, by shortening the part of the working day in which the worker works for himself, to lengthen the other part, the part he gives to the capitalist for nothing. The machine is a means for producing surplus value. In manufacture, the transformation of the mode of production takes labor power as its starting point. In large-scale industry, on the other hand, the instruments of labor are the starting point. We have first to investigate then how the instruments of labor are converted from tools into machines, or what the difference is between a machine and an implement used in a handicraft. We are concerned here only with the broad and general characteristics, for epochs in the history of society are no more separated from each other by strict and abstract lines of demarcation than are geological epochs. Mathematicians and experts on mechanics, and they are occasionally followed in this by English economists, call a tool a simple machine and a machine a complex tool. They see no essential difference between them, and even give the name of machine to simple mechanical aids such as the lever, the inclined plane, the screw, the wedge, etc. As a matter of fact, every machine is a combination of these simple aids, or powers, no matter how they may be disguised. From the economic standpoint, however, this explanation is worth nothing, because the historical element is missing from it. Again, some people try to explain the difference between a tool and a machine by saying that, in the case of the tool, man is the motive power, whereas the power behind the machine is a natural force independent of man, as for instance an animal, water, wind, and so on. According to this, a plow drawn by oxen, which is common to the most diverse epochs of production, would be a machine, while Clausen's circular loom, which weaves 96,000 picks a minute, though it is set in motion by the hand of one single worker, would be a mere tool. Indeed, this same loom, though a tool when worked by hand, would be a machine if worked by steam. And since the application of animal power is one of man's earliest inventions, production by machinery would have preceded production by handicrafts. When in 1735, John Wyatt announced his spinning machine and thereby started the Industrial Revolution of the 18th century, he nowhere mentioned that a donkey would provide the motive power instead of a man, yet this is what actually happened. In his program, it was called a machine to spin without fingers. All fully developed machinery consists of three essentially different parts: the motor mechanism, the transmitting mechanism, and finally the tool, or working machine. The motor mechanism acts as the driving force of the mechanism as a whole. It either generates its own motive power, like the steam engine, the caloric engine, the electromagnetic machine, etc., or it receives its impulse from some already existing natural force, like the water wheel from the descent of water down an incline, the windmill from the wind, and so on. The transmitting mechanism, composed of flywheels, shafting, toothed wheels, pulleys, straps, ropes, bands, pinions, and gearing of the most varied kinds, regulates the motion, changes its form where necessary, as for instance from linear to circular, and divides and distributes it among the working machines. These two parts of the whole mechanism are there solely to impart motion to the working machine. Using this motion, the working machine then seizes on the object of labor and modifies it as desired. It is this last part of the machinery, the tool or working machine, with which the Industrial Revolution of the 18th century began. And to this day, it constantly serves as the starting point whenever a handicraft or a manufacture is turned into an industry carried on by machinery. On a closer examination of the working machine proper, we rediscover in it, as a general rule, though often in highly modified forms, the very apparatus and tools used by the handicraftsman or the manufacturing worker. But there is the difference that instead of being the tools of a man, they are the implements of a mechanism, mechanical implements. Either the entire machine is only a more or less altered mechanical edition of the old handicraft tool, as for instance the power loom, or the working parts fitted in the frame of the machine are the old acquaintances, as spindles are in a mule, needles in a stocking loom, saw blades in a sawing machine, and knives in a chopping machine. The distinction between these tools and the actual framework of the working machine exists from their moment of entry into the world, because they continue for the most part to be produced by handicraft or by manufacture, and are afterwards fitted into the framework of the machine, which is produced by machinery. The machine, therefore, is a mechanism that, after being set in motion, performs with its tools the same operations as the worker formerly did with similar tools. Whether the motive power is derived from man, or in turn from a machine, makes no difference here. From the moment that the tool proper is taken from man and fitted into a mechanism, a machine takes the place of a mere implement. The difference strikes one at once, even in those cases where man himself continues to be the prime mover. The number of implements that he himself can use simultaneously is limited by the number of his own natural instruments of production, i.e., his own bodily organs. In Germany, they tried at first to make one spinner work 2 spinning wheels, that is, to work simultaneously with both hands and both feet. That proved to be too exhausting. Later, a treadle spinning wheel with 2 spindles was invented, but adepts in spinning who could spin 2 threads at once were almost as scarce as 2-headed men. The jenny, on the other hand, even at the very beginning spun with 12 to 18 spindles, and the stocking loom knits with many thousand needles at once. The number of tools that a machine can bring into play simultaneously is from the outset independent of the organic limitations that confine the tools of the handicraftsman. In many manual implements, the distinction between man as mere motive power and man as worker or operator properly so called is very striking indeed. For instance, the foot is merely the prime mover of the spinning wheel, while the hand, working with the spindle, and drawing and twisting, performs the real operation of spinning. It is the second part of the handicraftsman's implement, in this case the spindle, which is first seized on by the Industrial Revolution, leaving to the worker, in addition to his new labor of watching the machine with his eyes and correcting its mistakes with his hands, the merely mechanical role of acting as the motive power. On the other hand, in cases where man has always acted as a simple motive power, as for instance by turning the crank of a mill, by pumping, by moving the arm of a bellows up and down, by pounding with a mortar, etc., there is soon a call for the application of animals, water, and wind as motive powers. Here and there, long before the period of manufacture, and also to some extent during that period, these implements attain the stature of machines, but without creating any revolution in the mode of production. It becomes evident in the period of large-scale industry that these implements, even in the form of manual tools, are already machines. For instance, the pumps with which the Dutch emptied the Lake of Haarlem in 1836 to 1837 were constructed on the principle of ordinary pumps, the only difference being that their pistons were driven by cyclopean steam engines instead of by men. In England, the common and very imperfect bellows of the blacksmith is occasionally converted into a blowing engine by connecting its arm with a steam engine. The steam engine itself, such as it was at its invention during the manufacturing period at the close of the 17th century, and such as it continued to be down to 1780, did not give rise to any industrial revolution. It was, on the contrary, the invention of machines that made a revolution in the form of steam engines necessary. As soon as man, instead of working on the object of labor with a tool, becomes merely the motive power of a machine, it is purely accidental that the motive power happens to be clothed in the form of human muscles. Wind, water, or steam could just as well take man's place. Of course, this does not prevent such a change of form from producing great technical alterations in a mechanism which was originally constructed to be driven by man alone. Nowadays, all machines that have to break new ground, such as sewing machines, bread-making machines, etc., are constructed to be driven by human as well as by purely mechanical motive power, unless they have special characteristics which exclude their use on a small scale. The machine, which is the starting point of the Industrial Revolution, replaces the worker, who handles a single tool, by a mechanism operating with a number of similar tools and set in motion by a single motive power, whatever the form of that power. Here we have the machine. but in its first role as a simple element in production by machinery. An increase in the size of the machine and the number of its working tools calls for a more massive mechanism to drive it, and this mechanism, in order to overcome its own inertia, requires a mightier moving power than that of man, quite apart from the fact that man is a very imperfect instrument for producing uniform and continuous motion. Now, assuming that he is acting simply as a motor, that a machine has replaced the tool he was using, it is evident that he can also be replaced as a motor by natural forces. Of all the great motive forces handed down from the period of manufacture, horsepower is the worst, partly because a horse has a head of his own, partly because he is costly and the extent to which he can be used in factories is very limited. Nevertheless, the horse was used extensively during the infancy of large-scale industry. This is proved both by the complaints of the agronomists of that epoch and by the way of expressing mechanical force in terms of horsepower, which survives to this day. The wind was too inconsistent and uncontrollable. Apart from this, in England, the birthplace of large-scale industry, the use of water power preponderated even during the period of manufacture. In the 17th century, attempts had already been made to turn 2 pairs of millstones with a single water wheel. But the increased size of the transmitting mechanism came into conflict with the water power, which was now insufficient, and this was one of the factors which gave the impulse for a more accurate investigation of the laws of friction. In the same way, the irregularity caused by the motive power in mills that were set in motion by pushing and pulling a lever led to the theory and the application of the flywheel, which later played such an important part in large-scale industry. In this way, the first scientific and technical elements of large-scale industry were developed during the period of manufacturing. Arkwright's throstle spinning mill was from the very first turned by water. Despite this, the use of water power as the main motive force brought with it various added difficulties. The flow of water could not be increased at will. It failed at certain seasons of the year, and above all, it was essentially local. Not till the invention of Watt's second and so-called double-acting steam engine was a prime mover found which drew its own motive power from the consumption of coal and water, was entirely under man's control, was mobile and a means of locomotion, was urban and not, like the water wheel, rural, permitted production to be concentrated in towns instead of, like the water wheels, being scattered over the countryside, and finally, was of universal technical application, and little affected in its choice of residence by local circumstances. The greatness of Watt's genius showed itself in the specification of the patent that he took out in April of 1784. In that specification, his steam engine is described not as an invention for a specific purpose, but as an agent universally applicable in industry. Many of the applications he points out in it, for instance the steam hammer, were not introduced until half a century later. Even so, he doubted the applicability of steam to navigation. Yet steam engines of colossal size for ocean steamers were sent to the Great Exhibition of 1851 by his successors, the firm of Boulton and Watt. As soon as tools had been converted from being manual implements of man into parts of a mechanical apparatus, of a machine, the motive mechanism also acquired an independent form, entirely emancipated from the restraints of human strength. Thereupon the individual machine, which we have considered so far, sinks to a mere element in production by machinery. One motive mechanism was now able to drive many machines at once. The motive mechanism grows with a number of the machines that are turned simultaneously, and the transmitting mechanism becomes an extensive apparatus. We have now to distinguish the cooperation of a number of machines of one kind from a complex system of machinery. In the one case, the product is entirely made by a single machine, which performs all the various operations previously done by one handicraftsman with his tool, by a weaver with his loom, for instance, or by several handicraftsmen successively, either separately or as members of a system of manufacture. In the modern manufacture of envelopes, for example, one man folded the paper with the folder, another laid on the gum, a third turned over the flap on which the emblem is impressed, a fourth embossed the emblem, and so on, and on each occasion the envelope had to change hands. One single envelope machine now performs all these operations at once, and makes more than 3,000 envelopes in an hour. In the London Exhibition of 1862, there was an American machine for making paper cornets. It cut the paper, pasted, folded, and finished 300 in a minute. Here the whole process, which under the manufacturing system was split up into a series of operations and carried out in that order, is completed by a single machine, operating a combination of different tools. Now, whether such a machine is merely a reproduction of a complicated manual implement, or a combination of various simple implements specialized by manufacture, in both cases we meet again with simple cooperation in the factory, i.e., in the workshops in which machinery alone is used, and leaving the worker out of consideration for the moment, this cooperation appears, in the first instance, as the assembling in one place of similar and simultaneously acting machines. Thus, a weaving factory consists of a number of power looms working side by side, and a sewing factory consists of a number of sewing machines all in the same building. But there is here a technical unity, in that all the machines receive their impulse simultaneously and in an equal degree from the pulsations of the common prime mover, which are imparted to them by the transmitting mechanism, and this mechanism, to a certain extent, is also common to them all, since only particular ramifications of it branch off to each machine. Just as a number of tools, then, form the organs of a machine, so a number of machines of one kind constitute the organs of the motive mechanism. A real machine system, however, does not take the place of these independent machines until the object of labor goes through a connected series of graduated processes carried out by a chain of mutually complementary machines of various kinds. Here we have again the cooperation by division of labor, which is peculiar to manufacture, but now it appears as a combination of machines with specific functions. The tools peculiar to the various specialized workers, such as those of the beaters, combers, shearers, spinners, etc. in the manufacture of wool, are now transformed into the tools of specialized machines, each machine forming a special organ with a special function in the combined mechanism. In those branches in which the machine system is first introduced, manufacture itself provides, in general, a natural basis for the division and consequently the organization of the process of production. Nevertheless, an essential difference at once appears. In manufacture, it is the workers who either singly or in groups must carry on each particular process with their manual implements. The worker has been appropriated by the process, but the process had previously to be adapted to the worker. This subjective principle of the division of labor no longer exists in production by machinery. Here the total process is examined objectively, viewed in and for itself, and analyzed into its constitutive phases. The problem of how to execute each particular process, and to bind the different partial processes together into a whole, is solved by the aid of machines, chemistry, etc. But of course, in this case too, the theoretical conception must be perfected by accumulated experience on a large scale. Each particular machine supplies raw material to the machine next in line, and since they are all working at the same time, the product is always going through the various stages of its formation, and is also constantly in a state of transition from one phase of production to another. Just as in manufacture, the direct cooperation of the specialized workers establishes a numerical proportion between the different groups, so in an organized system of machinery, where one machine is constantly kept employed by another, a fixed relation is established between their number, their size, and their speed. The collective working machine, which is now an articulated system composed of various kinds of single machine and of groups of single machines, becomes all the more perfect, the more the process as a whole becomes a continuous one, i.e., the less the raw material is interrupted in its passage from the first phase to the last. In other words, the more its passage from one phase to another is effected not by the hand of man, but by the machinery itself. In manufacture, the isolation of each special process is a condition imposed by the division of labor itself, whereas in the fully developed factory the continuity of the special processes is the regulating principle. A system of machinery, whether it is based simply on the cooperation of similar machines, as in weaving, or on a combination of different machines, as in spinning, constitutes in itself a vast automaton as soon as it is driven by a self-acting prime mover. But although the whole system may, for example, be driven by a steam engine, some of the individual machines may require the aid of the worker for some of their movements. Such aid was necessary for the insertion of the mule carriage before the invention of the self-acting mule, and is still necessary in the fine spinning mills. Equally, certain parts of the machine may have to be handled by the worker like a manual tool, if the machine is to do its work. This was the case in machine makers' workshops before the conversion of the slide rest into a self-actor. As soon as a machine executes, without man's help, all the movements required to elaborate the raw material, and needs only supplementary assistance from the worker, we have an automatic system of machinery, capable of constant improvement in its details. Such improvements as the apparatus that stops a drawing frame whenever a sliver breaks, and the self-acting stop which stops the power loom as soon as the shuttle bobbin is empty of weft, are quite modern inventions. As an example both of continuity of production and of the implementation of the automatic principle, we may take a modern paper mill. In the paper industry generally, we may advantageously study in detail not only the distinctions between modes of production based on different means of production, but also the connection between the social relations of production and those modes of production. The old German paper-making trade provides an example of handicraft production. Holland in the 17th century and France in the 18th century provide examples of manufacture proper, and modern England provides the example of automatic fabrication. Besides these, there still exist in India and China two distinct ancient Asiatic forms of the same industry. An organized system of machines to which motion is communicated by the transmitting mechanism from an automatic center is the most developed form of production by machinery. Here we have, in place of the isolated machine, a mechanical monster whose body fills whole factories, and whose demonic power, at first hidden by the slow and measured motions of its gigantic members, finally bursts forth in the fast and feverish whirl of its countless working organs. There were mules and steam engines before there were any workers exclusively occupied in making mules and steam engines, in the same way as men wore clothes before there were any tailors. However, the inventions of Vaucanson, Arkwright, Watt, and others could be put into practice only because each inventor found a considerable number of skilled mechanical workers available, placed at their disposal by the period of manufacture. Some of these workers were independent handicraftsmen of various trades. Others were grouped together in manufactures in which, as we have mentioned before, a division of labor of particular strictness prevailed. As inventions increased in number, and the demand for the newly discovered machines grew larger, the machine-making industry increasingly split up into numerous independent branches, and the division of labor within these manufactures developed accordingly. Here, therefore, in manufacture, we see the immediate technical foundation of large-scale industry. Manufacture produced the machinery with which large-scale industry abolished the handicraft and manufacturing systems in the spheres of production it first seized hold of. The system of machine production therefore grew spontaneously on a material basis which was inadequate to it. When the system had attained a certain degree of development, it had to overthrow this ready-made foundation, which had meanwhile undergone further development in its old form, and create for itself a new basis, appropriate to its own mode of production. Just as the individual machine retains a dwarf-like character as long as it is worked by the power of man alone, and just as no system of machinery could be properly developed before the steam engine took the place of the earlier motive powers, animals, wind, and even water, so too large-scale industry was crippled in its whole development as long as its characteristic instrument of production, the machine, owed its existence to personal strength and personal skill, and depended on the muscular development, the keenness of sight, and the manual dexterity with which the specialized workers in manufacture and the handicraftsmen outside manufacture wielded their dwarf-like implements. Thus, apart from the high cost of machines made in this way, a circumstance which forms the dominant motive for the capitalist actions, the expansion of industries carried on by means of machinery and the invasion of fresh branches of production by machinery were dependent on the growth of a class of workers who, owing to the semi-artistic nature of their employment, could increase their numbers only gradually, and not by leaps and bounds. But besides this, at a certain stage of its development, large-scale industry also came into conflict with the technical basis provided for it by handicrafts and manufacture. A number of technical problems arose naturally and spontaneously from the very course of development. The size of the prime movers, of the transmitting mechanism and of the machines properly so called increased. The components of machines had become more complicated and diverse in form. They had to operate with stricter regularity, and they accordingly diverged more and more from the model which originally determined their construction under the handicraft system, and acquired an independent form, restricted only by their mechanical task. At the same time, the automatic system was perfected, and it became more and more unavoidable to use materials which were difficult to work with, as for instance when iron replaced wood. In every case, the solution of these problems met with a stumbling block in the personal restrictions which even the collective worker of manufacture could not break through except to a limited extent. Such machines as the modern hydraulic press, the modern power loom, and the modern carding engine could never have been furnished by the manufacturing period. The transformation of the mode of production in one sphere of industry necessitates a similar transformation in other spheres. This happens at first in branches of industry which are connected together by being separate phases of a process, and yet isolated by the social division of labor in such a way that each of them produces an independent commodity. Thus machine spinning made machine weaving necessary, and both together made a mechanical and chemical revolution compulsory in bleaching, printing, and dyeing. So too, on the other hand, the revolution in cotton spinning called forth the invention of the gin, for separating the seeds from the cotton fiber. It was only by means of this invention that the production of cotton became possible on the enormous scale at present required. But as well as this, the revolution in the modes of production of industry and agriculture made necessary a revolution in the general conditions of the social process of production, i.e., in the means of communication and transport. In a society whose pivot, to use Fourier's expression, was small-scale agriculture, with its subsidiary domestic industries and urban handicrafts, the means of communication and transport were so utterly inadequate to the needs of production in the period of manufacture, with its extended division of social labor, its concentration of instruments of labor and workers, and its colonial markets, that they in fact became revolutionized. In the same way, the means of communication and transport handed down from the period of manufacture soon became unbearable fetters on large-scale industry, given the feverish velocity with which it produces, its enormous extent, its constant flinging of capital and labor from one sphere of production into another, and its newly created connections with the world market. Hence, quite apart from the immense transformation which took place in shipbuilding, the means of communication and transport gradually adapted themselves to the mode of production of large-scale industry by means of a system of river steamers, railways, ocean steamers, and telegraphs. But the huge masses of iron that had now to be forged, welded, cut, bored, and shaped required for their part machines of cyclopean dimensions, which the machine-building trades of the period of manufacture were incapable of constructing. Large-scale industry, therefore, had to take over the machine itself, its own characteristic instrument of production, and to produce machines by means of machines. It was not till it did this that it could create for itself an adequate technical foundation and stand on its own feet. At the same time as machine production was becoming more general, in the first decades of the 19th century, it gradually took over the construction of the machines themselves. But it is only during the last few decades that the construction of railways and ocean steamers on a vast scale has called into existence the cyclopean machines now employed in the construction of prime movers. The most essential condition for the production of machines by machines was a prime mover capable of exerting any amount of force while retaining perfect control. The steam engine already fulfilled this condition, but at the same time it was necessary to produce the geometrically accurate straight lines, planes, circles, cylinders, cones, and spheres for the individual parts of the machines. Henry Maudslay solved this problem in the first decade of the 19th century by the invention of the slide rest, a tool that was soon made automatic and was applied in a modified form to other machines for constructing machinery besides the lathe, for which it was originally intended. This mechanical appliance replaces not some particular tool but the hand itself, which produces a given form by holding and guiding the cutting tool along the iron or other material of labor. Thus it became possible to produce the geometrical shapes of the individual parts of machinery, quote, with a degree of ease, accuracy, and speed that no accumulated experience of the hand of the most skilled workman could give." End quote. If we now look at the part of the machinery which is employed in the construction of machines, and forms the actual operating tool, we find that the manual implements reappear but on a cyclopean scale. The operating part of the boring machine is an immense drill driven by a steam engine. Without this machine, on the other hand, the cylinders of large steam engines and of hydraulic presses could not be made. The mechanical lathe is only a cyclopean reproduction of the ordinary foot lathe. The planing machine is an iron carpenter that works on iron with the same tools as the human carpenter employs on wood. The instrument that cuts the veneers on the London wharves is a gigantic razor. The tool of the shearing machine, which shears iron as easily as a tailor's scissors cut cloth, is a monster pair of scissors, and the steam hammer works with an ordinary hammerhead, but of such a weight that even Thor himself could not wield it. These steam hammers are an invention of Nasmyth, and there is one that weighs over 6 tons and strikes with a vertical fall of 7 feet on an anvil weighing 36 tons. It is mere child's play for it to crush a block of granite into powder, yet it is no less capable of driving a nail into a piece of soft wood with a succession of light taps. As machinery, the instrument of labor assumes a material mode of existence which necessitates the replacement of human force by natural forces, and the replacement of the rule of thumb by the conscious application of natural science. In manufacture, the organization of the social labor process is purely subjective. It is a combination of specialized workers. Large-scale industry, on the other hand, possesses in the machine system an entirely objective organization of production, which confronts the worker as a pre-existing material condition of production. In simple cooperation, and even in the more specialized form based on the division of labor, the extrusion of the isolated worker by the associated worker still appears to be more or less accidental. Machinery, with a few exceptions to be mentioned later, operates only by means of associated labor, or labor in common. Hence, the cooperative character of the labor process is in this case a technical necessity, dictated by the very nature of the instrument of labor. Section 2. The value transferred by the machinery to the product. We saw that the productive forces resulting from cooperation and the division of labor cost capital nothing. They are natural forces of social labor. Other natural forces appropriated to productive processes, such as steam, water, etc., also cost nothing. But just as a man requires lungs to breathe with, so he requires something that is the work of human hands in order to consume the forces of nature productively. A water wheel is necessary to exploit the force of water, and a steam engine to exploit the elasticity of steam. Once discovered, the law of the deflection of a magnetic needle in the field of an electric current, or the law of the magnetization of iron by electricity, cost absolutely nothing, but the exploitation of these laws for the purposes of telegraphy, etc., necessitates costly and extensive apparatus. As we have seen, the machine does not drive out the tool. Rather does the tool expand and multiply, changing from a dwarf implement of the human organism to the implement of a mechanism created by man. Capital now sets the worker to work, not with a manual tool, but with a machine which itself handles the tools. Therefore, although it is clear at first glance that large-scale industry raises the productivity of labor to an extraordinary degree by incorporating into the production process both the immense forces of nature and the results arrived at by natural science, it is by no means equally clear that this increase in productive force is not, on the other hand, purchased with an increase in the amount of labor expended. Machinery, like every other component of constant capital, creates no new value, but yields up its own value to the product it serves to beget. Insofar as the machine has value and, as a result, transfers value to the product, it forms an element in the value of the latter. Instead of being cheapened, the product is made dearer in proportion to the value of the machine. And it is crystal clear that machines and systems of machinery, large-scale industries, characteristic instruments of labor, are incomparably more loaded with value than the implements used in handicrafts and in manufacture. In the first place, it must be observed that machinery, while always entering as a whole into the labor process, enters only piece by piece into the process of valorization. It never adds more value than it loses, on an average by depreciation. Hence, there is a great difference between the value of a machine and the value transferred in a given time by the machine to the product. Equally, there is a great difference between the machine as a factor in the formation of value and as a factor in the formation of the product. The longer the period during which the machine serves in the same labor process, the greater are those differences. It is no doubt true, as we have seen, that every instrument of labor enters as a whole into the labor process, while only piecemeal, in proportion to its average daily depreciation, into the process of valorization. But this difference between the mere utilization of the instrument and its depreciation is much greater in the case of machinery than it is with a tool, because the machine, being made from more durable material, has a longer life, because it can be employed more economically, from the point of view both of the deterioration of its own components and of its consumption of materials, as its use is regulated by strict scientific laws, and finally, because its field of production is incomparably larger than that of a tool. Both in the case of the machine and of the tool, we find that after allowing for their average daily cost, that is, for the value they transmit to the product by their average daily wear and tear, and for the consumption of auxiliary substances such as oil, coal, and so on, they do their work for nothing, like the natural forces which are already available without the intervention of human labor. The greater the productive effectiveness of the machinery compared with that of the tool, the greater is the extent of its gratuitous service. Only in large-scale industry has man succeeded in making the product of his past labor which has already been objectified, perform gratuitous service on a large scale, like a force of nature. When we considered cooperation in manufacture, we found that certain general conditions of production, such as buildings, could be consumed more economically than the scattered conditions of production of isolated craftsmen, because they could be consumed in common, and that they therefore made the product cheaper. In a system of machinery, not only is the framework of the machine consumed in common by its numerous working parts, but the prime mover, together with a part of the transmitting mechanism, is consumed in common by a large number of operating machines. Given the difference between the value of the machinery and the value transferred by it in a day to the product, the extent to which this latter value makes the product dearer depends in the first instance upon the size of the product, on its area, so to speak. Mr. Baines of Blackburn, in a lecture of 1857, estimates that, quote, each real mechanical horsepower will drive 450 self-acting mule spindles, with preparation, or 220 throstle spindles, or 15 looms for 40-inch cloth, with the appliances for warping, sizing, etc. End quote. In the first case, it is the daily product of 450 mule spindles, in the second of 200 throstle spindles, and in the third of 15 power looms, over which is spread the daily cost of 1 horsepower and the deterioration of the machinery set in motion by that power. Hence, this deterioration transfers only a minute amount of value to a pound of yarn or a yard of cloth. Similarly, with the steam hammer mentioned earlier, since its daily deterioration, its consumption of coal, etc., are spread over the immense masses of iron hammered by it in a day, only a small value is added to a hundredweight of iron, but that value would be very great if the cyclopean instrument were used to drive in small nails. Given a machine's capacity for work, that is, the number of its operating tools, or where it is a question of force, their size, the amount of its product will depend on the velocity of its working parts, on the speed, for instance, of the spindles, or on the number of blows given by the hammer in a minute. Many of these colossal hammers strike 70 times in a minute, and Ryder's patent machine for forging spindles with small hammers gives as many as 700 strokes per minute. Given the rate at which machinery transfers its value to the product, the amount of value so transferred depends on the total value of the machinery. The less labor it contains, the less value it contributes to the product. The less value it gives up, the more productive it is, and the more its services approach those rendered by natural forces. But the production of machinery lessens its value in relation to its extension and efficacy. A comparative analysis of the prices of commodities produced by handicrafts or manufacture, and of the prices of the same commodities produced by machinery, shows in general that in the product of machinery, the value arising out of the instrument of labor increases relatively but decreases absolutely. In other words, its absolute amount decreases, but its amount in relation to the total value of the product, of a pound of yarn for instance, increases. It is evident that whenever it costs as much labor to produce a machine as is saved by the employment of that machine, all that has taken place is a displacement of labor. Consequently, the total labor required to produce a commodity has not been lessened. In other words, the productivity of labor has not been increased. However, the difference between the labor a machine costs and the labor it saves, in other words, the degree of productivity the machine possesses, does not depend on the difference between its own value and the value of the tool it replaces. As long as the labor spent on a machine is such that the portion of its value added to the product remains smaller than the value added by the worker to the product with his tool, there is always a difference of labor saved in favor of the machine. The productivity of the machine is therefore measured by the human labor power it replaces. According to Mr. Baines, 2.5 workers are required for the 450 mule spindles, including preparation machinery that are driven by 1 horsepower. Each self-acting mule spindle, working 10 hours, produces 13 ounces of yarn of average thickness. Consequently, 2.5 workers spin 365 5/8 pounds of yarn per week. Hence, if we disregard waste to make the calculation simpler, 366 pounds of cotton absorb only 150 hours of labor during their conversion into yarn. In other words, 15 working days of 10 hours each. But with the spinning wheel, assuming that the hand spinner produces 13 ounces of yarn in 60 hours, the same weight of cotton would absorb 2,700 working days of 10 hours each, or 27,000 hours of labor. Where block printing, the old method of printing calico by hand, has been driven out by machine printing, a single machine, with the aid of 1 man or boy, prints as much calico of 4 colors in 1 hour as it formerly took 200 men to do. Before Eli Whitney invented the cotton gin in 1793, the separation of the seed from a pound of cotton cost an average day's labor. By means of his invention, it became possible for 1 slave to clean 100 pounds a day, and since then the effectiveness of the gin has been increased considerably. A pound of raw cotton, which previously cost 50 cents to produce, could subsequently be sold for 10 cents at a greater profit, i.e. with more unpaid labor. In India, they use an instrument called a churka, which is half machine and half tool, for separating the seeds from the cotton wool. With this, 1 man and 1 woman can clean 28 pounds a day. With the churka invented some years ago by Dr. Forbes, 1 man and 1 boy produced 250 pounds a day. If oxen, steam, or water are used for driving it, only a few boys and girls are required as feeders, providers of material for the machine. 16 of these machines driven by oxen do as much work in a day as 750 people did before on average. As already stated, a steam plow does as much work in 1 hour at a cost of 3 pence as 66 men at a cost of 15 shillings. I come back to this example in order to clear up an erroneous notion. The 15 shillings are by no means the expression in money of all the labor expended in 1 hour by the 66 men. If the ratio of surplus labor to necessary labor were 100%, these 66 men would produce in 1 hour a value of 30 shillings, although their wages, 15 shillings, represented only their labor for half an hour. Let us suppose, then, that a machine costs as much as the wages for a year of the 150 men it displaces, say 3,000 pounds. This 3,000 pounds is by no means the expression in money of the labor provided by these men, and added to the object of labor before the introduction of the machine, but only the expression of that portion of their year's labor which was expended for themselves, and is represented by their wages. On the other hand, the 3,000 pounds, the monetary value of the machine, expresses all the labor expended to produce it, whatever the proportion between the worker's wages and the capitalist's surplus value. Therefore, even if the machine costs as much as the labor power displaced by it, the labor objectified in it is still much smaller in quantity than the living labor it replaces. The use of machinery for the exclusive purpose of cheapening the product is limited by the requirement that less labor must be expended in producing the machinery than is displaced by the employment of that machinery. For the capitalist, however, there is a further limit on its use. Instead of paying for the labor, he pays only the value of the labor power employed. The limit to his using a machine is therefore fixed by the difference between the value of the machine and the value of the labor power replaced by it. Since the division of the day's work into necessary labor and surplus labor differs in different countries, and even in the same country at different periods or in different branches of industry, and further, since the actual wage of the worker sometimes sinks below the value of his labor power and sometimes rises above it, it is possible for the difference between the price of the machinery and the price of the labor power replaced by that machinery to undergo great variations, while the difference between the quantity of labor needed to produce the machine and the total quantity of labor replaced by it remains constant. But it is only the former difference that determines the cost to the capitalist of producing a commodity, and influences his actions through the pressure of competition. Hence the invention nowadays in England of machines that are employed only in North America. Just as in the 16th and 17th centuries, machines were invented in Germany for use exclusively in Holland, and just as many French inventions of the 18th century were exploited only in England. In the older countries, machinery itself, when employed in some branches of industry, creates such a superfluity of labor, redundancy of labor is how Ricardo puts it, in other branches that the fall of wages below the value of labor power impedes the use of machinery in those other branches, and, from the standpoint of the capitalist, makes the use of machinery superfluous and often impossible, because his profit comes from a reduction in the labor paid for, not in the labor employed. In some branches of the wool industry in England, the employment of children has been considerably lessened during recent years, and in some cases entirely abolished. Why? Because the Factory Acts made 2 sets of children necessary, one set working 6 hours, the other 4, or both sets working 5 hours. But the parents refused to sell the half-timers cheaper than the full-timers. Hence the substitution of machinery for the half-timers. Before the labor of women and children under 10 years old was forbidden in mines, the capitalists considered the employment of naked women and girls, often in company with the men, so far sanctioned by their moral code, and especially by their ledgers, that it was only after the passing of the act that they had recourse to machinery. The Yankees have invented a stone-breaking machine. The English do not make use of it because the wretch who does this work gets paid for such a small portion of his labor that machinery would increase the cost of production to the capitalist. In England, women are still occasionally used instead of horses for hauling barges, because the labor required to produce horses and machines is an accurately known quantity, while that required to maintain the women of the surplus population is beneath all calculation. Hence, we nowhere find a more shameless squandering of human labor power for despicable purposes than in England, the land of machinery. Section 3. The most immediate effects of machine production on the worker. As we have shown, the starting point of large-scale industry is the revolution in the instruments of labor, and this attains its most highly developed form in the organized system of machinery in the factory. Before we inquire how human material is incorporated within this objective organism, let us consider some general effects of the revolution on the worker himself. Subsection A. Appropriation of supplementary labor power by capital, the employment of women and children. Insofar as machinery dispenses with muscular power, it becomes a means for employing workers of slight muscular strength, or whose bodily development is incomplete, but whose limbs are all the more supple. The labor of women and children was therefore the first result of the capitalist application of machinery. That mighty substitute for labor and for workers, the machine, was immediately transformed into a means for increasing the number of wage laborers by enrolling, under the direct sway of capital, every member of the worker's family, without distinction of age or sex. Compulsory work for the capitalist usurped the place not only of the children's play, but also of the independent labor at home within customary limits for the family itself. The value of labor power was determined not only by the labor time necessary to maintain the individual adult worker, but also by that necessary to maintain his family. Machinery, by throwing every member of that family onto the labor market, spreads the value of the man's labor power over his whole family. It thus depreciates it. To purchase the labor power of a family of 4 workers may perhaps cost more than it formerly did to purchase the labor power of the head of the family, but in return, 4 days' labor takes the place of 1 day's, and the price falls in proportion to the excess of the surplus labor of 4 over the surplus labor of 1. In order that the family may live, 4 people must now provide not only labor for the capitalist, but also surplus labor. Thus, we see that machinery, while augmenting the human material that forms capital's most characteristic field of exploitation, at the same time raises the degree of that exploitation. Machinery also revolutionizes, and quite fundamentally, the agency through which the capital relation is formally mediated, i.e., the contract between the worker and the capitalist. Taking the exchange of commodities as our basis, our first assumption was that the capitalist and the worker confronted each other as free persons, as independent owners of commodities, the one possessing money and the means of production, the other labor power. But now the capitalist buys children and young persons. Previously, the worker sold his own labor power, which he disposed of as a free agent, formally speaking. Now he sells his wife and child. He has become a slave dealer. Notices of demand for children's labor often resemble in form the inquiries for Negro slaves that were formerly to be read among the advertisements in American journals. "My attention," says an English factory inspector, was drawn to an advertisement in the local paper of one of the most important manufacturing towns of my district, of which the following is a copy. Wanted, 12 to 20 young persons, not younger than what can pass for 13 years. Wages, 4 shillings a week. Apply, etc. The phrase, what can pass for 13 years, refers to the fact that, according to the Factory Act, children under 13 years old may only work 6 hours a day. An officially appointed doctor, the certifying surgeon, must certify their age. The manufacturer, therefore, asks for children who look as if they are already 13 years old. The decrease, often by leaps and bounds, in the number of children under 13 years old employed in factories, a decrease that is shown in an astonishing manner by the English statistics of the last 20 years, was for the most part, according to the evidence of the factory inspectors themselves, the work of the certifying surgeons, who adjusted the children's ages in a manner appropriate to the capitalist's greed for exploitation and the parents' need to engage in this traffic. In the notorious London district of Bethnal Green, a public market is held every Monday and Tuesday morning, at which children of both sexes, from 9 years of age upwards, hire themselves out to the silk manufacturers. Quote, the usual terms are 1 shilling 8 pence a week, this belongs to the parents, and 2 pence for myself and tea. The contract is binding only for the week. The scene and language while this market is going on are quite disgraceful. End quote. It still happens in England that women take children from the workhouse and let anyone have them out for 2 shillings 6 pence a week. In spite of legislation, the number of boys sold in Great Britain by their parents to act as live chimney-sweeping machines, although machines exist to replace them, is at least 2,000. The revolution effected by the machinery in the legal relationship between buyer and seller of labor power, causing the transaction as a whole to lose the appearance of a contract between free persons, later offered the English Parliament an excuse, founded on juristic principles, for state intervention into factory affairs. Whenever the law limits the labor of children to 6 hours in industries not previously touched, the complaints of the manufacturers resound yet again. They allege that numbers of parents withdraw their children from the industries brought under the Act in order to sell them where freedom of labor still prevails, i.e. where children under 13 years are compelled to work like adults, and for that reason can be sold at a higher price. But since capital is by its nature a leveler, since it insists upon equality in the conditions of exploitation of labor in every sphere of production as its own innate right, the limitation by law of children's labor in one branch of industry results in its limitation in others. We have already alluded to the physical deterioration of the children and young persons, as well as the women, who machinery subjects to the exploitations of capital. First directly, in the factories that sprout forth on the basis of machinery, and then indirectly in all the remaining branches of industry. Here we shall dwell on one point only, the enormous mortality of the children of the workers during the first few years of their life. In 16 of the registration districts into which England is divided, there are, for every 100,000 children alive under the age of 1 year, only 9,085 deaths in a year on an average. In one district, only 7,047. In 24 districts, the deaths are over 10,000 but under 11,000. In 39 districts, over 11,000 but under 12,000. In 48 districts, over 12,000 but under 13,000. In 22 districts, over 20,000. In 25 districts, over 21,000. In 17, over 22,000. In 11, over 23,000. In Hoo, Wolverhampton, Ashton-under-Lyne, and Preston, over 24,000. In Nottingham, Stockport, and Bradford, over 25,000. In Wisbech, 26,000, and in Manchester, 26,125. As was shown by an official medical inquiry in the year 1861, the high death rates are, apart from the local causes, principally due to the employment of the mothers away from their homes, and to the neglect and maltreatment arising from their absence, which consists in such things as insufficient nourishment, unsuitable food, and dosing with opiates. Besides this, there arises an unnatural estrangement between mother and child, and as a consequence intentional starving and poisoning of the children. In those agricultural districts where a minimum in the employment of women exists, the death rate is on the other hand very low. However, the 1861 Commission of Inquiry arrived at the unexpected conclusion that in some purely agricultural districts bordering on the North Sea, the death rate of children under 1 year old almost equaled that of the worst factory districts. Dr. Julian Hunter was therefore commissioned to investigate this phenomenon on the spot. His report is incorporated into the Sixth Report on Public Health. Up to that time, it was supposed that children were decimated by malaria and other diseases peculiar to low-lying and marshy districts. But the inquiry showed the very opposite, namely, quote, that the same cause which drove away malaria, the conversion of the land from a morass in winter and a scanty pasture in summer into fruitful cornland, created the exceptional death rate of the infants, end quote. The 70 medical men whom Dr. Hunter examined in those districts were wonderfully in accord on this point. In fact, the revolution in cultivation has led to the introduction of the industrial system. Quote, married women who work in gangs alongside boys and girls are, for a stipulated sum of money, placed at the disposal of the farmer by a man called the undertaker, who contracts for the whole gang. These gangs will sometimes travel many miles from their own village. They are to be met morning and evening on the roads, dressed in short petticoats with unsuitable coats and boots, and sometimes in trousers, looking wonderfully strong and healthy, but tainted with a customary immorality, and heedless of the fatal results which their love of this busy and independent life is bringing on their unfortunate offspring who are pining at home. End quote. All the phenomena of the factory districts are reproduced here, including a yet higher degree of disguised infanticide and the stupefaction of children with opiates. Quote, my knowledge of such evils, says Dr. Simon, the medical officer of the Privy Council and editor-in-chief of the Reports on Public Health, may excuse the profound misgiving with which I regard any large industrial employment of adult women. End quote. Happy indeed, exclaims Mr. Baker, the factory inspector, in his official report, happy indeed will it be for the manufacturing districts of England when every married woman having a family is prohibited from working in any textile works at all. The moral degradation which arises out of the exploitation by capitalism of the labor of women and children has been so exhaustively presented by Friedrich Engels in his Condition of the Working Class in England, and by other writers too, that a mere mention will suffice here. But the intellectual degeneration artificially produced by transforming immature human beings into mere machines for the production of surplus value, and there is a very clear distinction between this and the state of natural ignorance in which the mind lies fallow without losing its capacity for development, its natural fertility, finally compelled even the English Parliament to make elementary education a legal requirement before children under 14 years could be consumed productively, by being employed in those industries which are subject to the Factory Acts. The spirit of capitalist production emerges clearly from the ludicrous way of the so-called education clauses of the Factory Acts have been drawn up, from the absence of any administrative machinery whereby this compulsory education is once again made for the most part illusory, from the opposition of the manufacturers themselves to these education clauses, and from the tricks and dodges they use to evade them. Quote, for this the legislature is alone to blame, by having passed a delusive law, which, while it would seem to provide that the children employed in factories shall be educated, contains no enactment by which that professed end can be secured. It provides nothing more than that the children shall on certain days of the week, and for certain number of hours, 3 in each day, be enclosed within the 4 walls of a place called a school, and that the employer of the child shall receive a weekly certificate to that effect signed by a person designated by the subscriber as a schoolmaster or schoolmistress. End quote. Before the passing of the amended Factory Act of 1844, it happened not infrequently that the certificates of attendance at school were signed by the schoolmaster or schoolmistress with a cross, as they themselves were unable to write. Quote, on one occasion, on visiting a place called a school, from which certificates of school attendance had issued, I was so struck with the ignorance of the master, that I said to him, pray sir, can you read? His reply was, I, summit. And as a justification of his right to grant certificates, he added, at any rate, I am before my scholars. End quote. The inspectors, when the Bill of 1844 was in preparation, did not fail to denounce the disgraceful state of the places called schools, certificates from which they were obliged to admit as a compliance with the laws, but they were successful only in obtaining this, that since the passing of the Act of 1844, quote, the figures in the school certificate must also be filled up in the handwriting of the schoolmaster, who must also sign his Christian and surname in full. End quote. Sir John Kincaid, factory inspector for Scotland, relates similar official experiences. Quote, the first school we visited was kept by a Mrs. Anne Killen. Upon asking her to spell her name, she straightway made a mistake by beginning with the letter C, but correcting herself immediately, she said her name began with a K. On looking at her signature, however, in the school certificate books, I noticed that she spelt it in various ways, while her handwriting left no doubt as to her unfitness to teach. She herself also acknowledged that she could not keep the register. In a second school, I found the schoolroom 15 feet long and 10 feet wide, and counted in this space 75 children, who were gabbling something unintelligible. But it is not only in the miserable places above referred to that the children obtain certificates of school attendance without having received instruction of any value, for in many schools where there is a competent teacher, his efforts are of little avail from the distracting crowd of children of all ages, from infants of 3 years old and upwards. His livelihood, miserable at best, depending on the pence received from the greatest number of children whom it is possible to cram into the space. To this is to be added scanty school furniture, deficiency of books, and other materials for teaching, and the depressing effect upon the poor children themselves of a close, noisome atmosphere. I have been in many such schools, where I have seen rows of children doing absolutely nothing, and this is certified as school attendance, and in statistical returns, such children are set down as being educated." End quote. In Scotland, the manufacturers do their best to exclude from employment the children who are obliged to attend school. Quote, "It requires no further argument to prove that the educational clauses of the Factory Act, being held in such disfavor among mill owners, tend in a great measure to exclude that class of children alike from the employment and the benefit of education contemplated by this Act." End quote. This situation appears at its most grotesque and repulsive in calico print works, which are regulated by a special act. This act lays it down that every child, before being employed in a print works, must have attended school for at least 30 days, and not less than 150 hours, during the 6 months immediately preceding such first day of employment, and during the continuance of its employment in the print works it must attend for a like period of 30 days and 150 hours during every successive period of 6 months. The attendance at school must be between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. No attendance of less than 2.5 hours, nor more than 5 hours on any one day, shall be reckoned as part of the 150 hours. Under ordinary circumstances, the children attend school morning and afternoon for 30 days, for at least 5 hours each day, and upon the expiration of the 30 days, the statutory total of 150 hours having been attained, having in their language made up their book, they return to the print works, where they continue until the 6 months have expired, when another installment of school attendance becomes due, and they again seek the school until the book is again made up. Many boys having attended school for the required number of hours, when they return to school after the expiration of their 6 months' work in the print works, are in the same condition as when they first attended school as print work boys, and I have been assured that they have lost all they gained by their previous school attendance. In other print works, the children's attendance at school is made to depend altogether upon the exigencies of the work in the establishment. The requisite number of hours is made up each 6 months by installments consisting of from 3 to 5 hours at a time, spreading over perhaps the whole 6 months. For instance, the attendance on one day might be from 8 to 11 a.m., on another day from 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., and the child might not appear at school again for several days, when it would attend from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., then it might attend for 3 or 4 days consecutively, or for a week, then it would not appear in school for 3 weeks or a month, after that upon some odd days at some odd hours when the operative who employed it chose to spare it. And thus the child was, as it were, buffeted from school to work, from work to school, until the tale of 150 hours was told. Machinery, by this excessive addition of women and children to the working personnel, at last breaks the resistance which the male workers had continued to oppose the despotism of capital throughout the period of manufacture. Subsection B. The prolongation of the working day. If machinery is the most powerful means of raising the productivity of labor, i.e., of shortening the working time needed to produce a commodity, it is also, as a repository of capital, the most powerful means of lengthening the working day beyond all natural limits in those industries first directly seized on by it. It creates, on the one hand, new conditions which permit capital to give free rein to this tendency, and on the other hand, new incentives which whet its insatiable appetite for the labor of others. In the first place, in machinery, the motion and the activity of the instrument of labor asserts its independence vis-à-vis the worker. The instrument of labor now becomes an industrial form of perpetual motion. It would go on producing forever if it did not come against certain natural limits in the shape of the weak bodies and the strong wills of its human assistants. Because it is capital, the automatic mechanism is endowed, in the person of the capitalist, with consciousness and a will. As capital, therefore, it is animated by the drive to reduce to a minimum the resistance offered by man, that obstinate yet elastic natural barrier. This resistance is moreover lessened by the apparently undemanding nature of work at a machine, and the more pliant and docile character of the women and children employed by preference. The productivity of machinery is, as we saw, inversely proportional to the value transferred by it to the product. The longer the period during which it functions, the greater is the mass of the products over which the value transmitted by the machine is spread, and the smaller is the portion of that value added to each single commodity. The active lifetime of a machine, however, is clearly dependent on the length of the working day, or the duration of the daily labor process multiplied by the number of days for which the process is carried on. The amount of deterioration suffered by a machine does not by any means exactly correspond to the length of time it has been in use. And even if it were so, a machine working 16 hours a day for 7.5 years covers as long a working period as the same machine working only 8 hours a day for 15 years, and transmits to the total product no more value. Notwithstanding this, the value of the machine would be reproduced twice as quickly in the first case as in the second, and the capitalist, using the same machine, would absorb in 7.5 years as much surplus value as he would in 15 in the second case. The physical deterioration of the machine is of two kinds. The one arises from use, as coins wear away by circulating, the other from lack of use, as a sword rusts when left in its scabbard. This second kind is its consumption by the elements. Deterioration of the first kind is more or less directly proportional, and that of the second kind to a certain extent inversely proportional to the use of the machine. But in addition to the material wear and tear, a machine also undergoes what we might call a moral depreciation. It loses exchange value, either because machines of the same sort are being produced more cheaply than it was, or because better machines are entering into competition with it. In both cases, however young and full of life the machine may be, its value is no longer determined by the necessary labor time actually objectified in it, but by the labor time necessary to reproduce either it or the better machine. It has therefore been devalued to a greater or lesser extent. The shorter the period taken to reproduce its total value, the less is the danger of moral depreciation, and the longer the working day, the shorter that period in fact is. When machinery is first introduced into a particular branch of production, new methods of reproducing it more cheaply follow blow upon blow, and so do improvements which relate not only to individual parts and details of the machine, but also to its whole construction. It is therefore in the early days of a machine's life that this special incentive to the prolongation of the working day makes itself felt most acutely. Given the length of the working day, and in otherwise identical circumstances, the exploitation of double the number of workers requires not only a doubling of that part of constant capital which is invested in machinery and buildings, but also a doubling of the part laid out in raw material and auxiliary substances. The lengthening of the working day, on the other hand, permits an expansion of the scale of production without any change in the amount of capital invested in machinery and buildings. Not only does this surplus value increase, therefore, but the outlay necessary to obtain it diminishes. It is true that this takes place more or less with every lengthening of the working day, but here the change is of far greater importance, because the part of the capital that has been converted into the instruments of labor now falls more decisively into the balance. The development of machine production ties a constantly increasing portion of the capital to a form in which, on the one hand, it is constantly capable of valorization, and in which, on the other hand, it loses both use value and exchange value whenever it is deprived of contact with living labor. Mr. Ashworth, an English cotton magnate, imparted the following lesson to Professor Nassau W. Sr. Quote, "When a laborer lays down his spade, he renders useless for that period a capital worth 18 pence. When one of our people leaves the mill, he renders useless a capital that has cost 100,000 pounds. End quote. Just imagine that. Making useless, if only for a single moment, a piece of capital that has cost 100,000 pounds. It is in truth monstrous that a single one of our people should ever leave the factory. The increased use of machinery, as Senior now realizes, having been instructed by Mr. Ashworth, makes a constantly increased prolongation of the working day desirable. Machinery produces relative surplus value not only by directly reducing the value of labor power and indirectly cheapening it by cheapening the commodities that enter into its reproduction, but also when it is first introduced sporadically into an industry by converting the labor employed by the owner of that machinery into labor of a higher degree, by raising the social value of the article produced above its individual value, and thus enabling the capitalist to replace the value of a day's labor power by a smaller portion of the value of a day's product. During this transitional period, while the use of machinery remains a sort of monopoly, profits are exceptional, and the capitalist endeavors to exploit thoroughly the sunny time of this his first love by prolonging the working day as far as possible. The magnitude of profit gives him an insatiable hunger for yet more profit. As machinery comes into general use in a particular branch of production, the social value of the machine's product sinks down to its individual value, and the following law asserts itself. Surplus value does not arise from the labor power that has been replaced by the machinery, but from the labor power actually employed in working with the machinery. Surplus value arises only from the variable part of capital, and we saw that the amount of surplus value depends on two factors, namely the rate of surplus value and the number of workers simultaneously employed. Given the length of the working day, the rate of surplus value is determined by the relative duration of the necessary labor and the surplus labor performed in the course of a working day. The number of workers simultaneously employed depends, for its part, on the ratio of the variable to the constant capital. Now, however much the use of machinery may increase surplus labor at the expense of necessary labor by raising the productive power of labor, it is clear that it attains this result only by diminishing the number of workers employed by a given amount of capital. It converts a portion of capital which was previously variable, i.e., had been turned into living labor, into machinery, i.e., into constant capital which does not produce surplus value. It is impossible, for instance, to squeeze as much surplus value out of 2 as out of 24 workers. If each of these 24 men gives only 1 hour of surplus labor in 12, the 24 men give together 24 hours of surplus labor, while 24 hours is the total labor of the 2 men. Hence, there is an imminent contradiction in the application of machinery to the production of surplus value, since, of the two factors of the surplus value created by a given amount of capital, one, the rate of surplus value, cannot be increased except by diminishing the other, the number of workers. This contradiction comes to light as soon as the machinery has come into general use in a given industry, for then the value of the machine-produced commodity regulates the social value of all commodities of the same kind, and it is this contradiction which in turn drives the capitalist, without his being aware of the fact, to the most ruthless and excessive prolongation of the working day, in order that he may secure compensation for the decrease in the relative number of workers exploited by increasing not only the relative but also absolute surplus labor. The capitalist application of machinery, on the one hand, supplies new and powerful incentives for an unbounded prolongation of the working day, and produces such a revolution in the mode of labor as well as the character of the social working organism that it is able to break all resistance to this tendency. But on the other hand, partly by placing at the capitalist's disposal new strata of the working class previously inaccessible to him, partly by setting free the workers it supplants, machinery produces a surplus working population, which is compelled to submit to the dictates of capital. Hence, that remarkable phenomenon in the history of modern industry, that machinery sweeps away every moral and natural restriction on the length of the working day. Hence, too, the economic paradox that the most powerful instrument for reducing labor time suffers a dialectical inversion and becomes the most unfailing means for turning a whole lifetime of the worker and his family into labor time at the capital's disposal for its own valorization. If, dreamed Aristotle, the greatest thinker of antiquity, if every tool, when summoned, or even by intelligent anticipation, could do the work that befits it, just as the creations of Daedalus moved of themselves, or the tripods of Hephaestus went of their own accord to their sacred work, if the weavers' shuttles were to weave of themselves, then there would be no need either of apprentices for the master craftsmen or of slaves for the lords. And Antipater, a Greek poet of the time of Cicero, hailed the water wheel for grinding corn, that most basic form of all productive machinery, as the liberator of female slaves and the restorer of the golden age. Oh, those heathens! They understood nothing of political economy and Christianity, as the learned Bastiat discovered, and before him the still wiser Macaulay. They did not, for example, comprehend that machinery is the surest means of lengthening the working day. They may perhaps have excused the slavery of one person as a means to the full human development of another, but they lacked the specifically Christian qualities which would have enabled them to preach the slavery of the masses in order that a few crude and half-educated parvenus might become eminent spinners, extensive sausage-makers, and influential shoe-black dealers. Subsection C. Intensification of labor. As we have seen, the immoderate lengthening of the working day produced by machinery in the hands of capital leads later on to a reaction on the part of the society, which is threatened in the very sources of its life, and from there to a normal working day whose length is fixed by law. On the foundation laid by the latter, something we have already met with, namely the intensification of labor, develops into a phenomenon of decisive importance. Our analysis of absolute surplus value dealt primarily with the extensive magnitude of labor, its duration, while its intensity was treated as a given factor. We have now to consider the inversion of extensive magnitude into intensive magnitude, or magnitude of degree. It is self-evident that in proportion as the use of machinery spreads and the experience of a special class of worker, the machine worker, accumulates, the rapidity and thereby the intensity of labor undergoes a natural increase. Thus in England, in the course of half a century, the lengthening of the working day has gone hand in hand with an increase in the intensity of factory labor. Nevertheless, the reader will clearly see that we are dealing here not with the temporary paroxysms of labor, but with labor repeated day after day with unvarying uniformity. Hence a point must inevitably be reached where the extension of the working day and intensification of labor become mutually exclusive, so that the lengthening of the working day becomes compatible only with a lower degree of intensity, and inversely, a higher degree of intensity only with a shortening of the working day. As soon as the gradual upsurge of working-class revolt had compelled Parliament compulsorily to shorten the hours of labor, and to begin by imposing a normal working day on factories properly so called, i.e., from the moment that it was made impossible once and for all to increase the production of surplus value by prolonging the working day, capital threw itself with all its might, and in full awareness of the situation, into the production of relative surplus value, by speeding up the development of the machine system. At the same time, a change took place in the nature of relative surplus value. In general, relative surplus value is produced by raising the productivity of the worker, and thereby enabling him to produce more in a given time with the same expenditure of labor. The same amount of labor time adds the same value as before to the total product, but this unchanged amount of exchange value is spread over more use values. Hence, the value of each single commodity falls. But this situation changes with the compulsory shortening of the hours of labor. This gives an immense impetus to the development of productivity and the more economical use of the conditions of production. It imposes on the worker an increased expenditure of labor within a time which remains constant, a heightened tension of labor power, and a closer filling up of the pores of the working day, i.e., a condensation of labor to a degree which can only be attained within the limits of the shortened working day. This compression of a greater mass of labor into a given period now counts for what it really is, namely an increase in the quantity of labor. In addition to the measure of its extensive magnitude, labor time now acquires a measure of its intensity, or degree of intensity. The denser hour of the 10-hour working day contains more labor, i.e. expended labor power, than the more porous hour of the 12-hour working day. Thus, the product of one of the 10 hours has as much value as the product of 1 1/5 of the 12 hours, or even more. Apart from the increased yield of relative surplus value which results from the heightened productivity of labor, the same mass of value is now produced for the capitalist by, say, 3 1/3 hours of surplus labor and 6 2/3 hours of necessary labor, as was previously produced by 4 hours of surplus labor and 8 hours of necessary labor. We now come to the question of how the labor is intensified. The first effect of shortening the working day results from the self-evident law that the efficiency of labor power is in inverse ratio to the duration of its expenditure. Hence, within certain limits, what is lost by shortening the duration of labor is gained by increasing the degree of power exerted. Moreover, the capitalist ensures by his method of payment that the worker really does expend more labor power. In manufactures like potteries, where machinery plays little or no part, the introduction of the Factory Act has strikingly shown that the mere shortening of the working day increases to a wonderful degree the regularity, uniformity, order, continuity, and energy of labor. It seemed, however, doubtful whether this effect could be produced in the factory proper, because there the dependence of the worker on the continuous and uniform motion of the machinery had already created the strictest discipline. Hence, when in 1844 the reduction of the working day to less than 12 hours was being debated, the manufacturers declared almost unanimously that their overlookers in the different rooms took good care that the hands lost no time, that the extent of vigilance and attention on the part of the workmen was hardly capable of being increased, and therefore, assuming the speed of machinery and other conditions remained constant, to expect in a well-managed factory any important result from increased attention of the workmen was an absurdity. This assertion was controverted by the means of experiments. Mr. Robert Gardner reduced the hours of work in his 2 large factories at Preston, on and after 20th of April 1844, from 12 to 11 hours a day. The result of about a year on this system was that the same amount of product for the same cost was received, and the workpeople as a whole earned in 11 hours as much wages as they did before in 12. I shall pass over the experiments made in the spinning and carding rooms because they were accompanied by an increase of 2% in the speed of the machines. But in the weaving department, where moreover many sorts of figured fancy articles were woven, there was not the slightest alteration in the objective conditions of production. The result was, quote, from the 6th of January to the 20th of April 1844, with a 12 hours day, average weekly wages of each hand 10 shillings 1.5 pence. From the 20th of April to the 29th of June 1844, with a day of 11 hours, average weekly wages 10 shillings 3.5 pence. End quote. Here we have more produced in 11 hours than previously in 12. Entirely as a result of steadier application to the work and a more economical use of time on the part of the workers. While they got the same wages and gained 1 hour of spare time, the capitalist got the same amount produced and saved the cost of coal, gas, and other such items for 1 hour. Similar equally successful experiments were carried out in the mills of Messrs. Horrocks and Jackson. The shortening of the working day creates, to begin with, the subjective condition for the condensation of labor, i.e., it makes it possible for the worker to set more labor power in motion within a given time. As soon as that shortening becomes compulsory, machinery becomes in the hands of capital the objective means systematically employed for squeezing out more labor in a given time. This occurs in 2 ways. The speed of the machines is increased, and the same worker receives a greater quantity of machinery to supervise or operate. Improved construction of the machinery is necessary, partly to allow greater pressure to be put on the worker, partly because it is an inevitable concomitant of intensification of labor, since the legal limitation of the working day compels the capitalist to exercise the strictest economy in the cost of production. The improvements in the steam engine have increased the piston speed and at the same time have made it possible, by means of a greater economy of power, to drive more machinery with the same engine, while consuming the same amount of coal or even a smaller amount. The improvements in the transmitting mechanism have lessened friction and reduced the diameter and weight of the shafts to a constantly decreasing minimum, something which strikingly distinguishes modern machinery from the older type. Finally, the improvements in the operative machines have, while reducing their size, increased their speed and efficiency, as in the modern power loom, or while increasing the size of their frames, they have also increased the extent and number of their working parts, as in spinning mules, or added to the speed of those working parts by imperceptible alterations of detail, such as those which 10 years ago increased the speed of the spindles in self-acting mules by 1/5. The reduction of the working day to 12 hours dates in England from 1832. In 1836, a manufacturer stated, quote, the labor now undergone in the factories is much greater than it used to be, compared with 30 or 40 years ago, owing to the greater attention and activity required by the greatly increased speed which is given to the machinery. End quote. In the year 1844, Lord Ashley, now Lord Shaftesbury, made in the House of Commons the following statements, which were supported by documentary evidence. Quote, the labor performed by those engaged in the processes of manufacture is 3 times as great as in the beginning of such operations. Machinery has now executed, no doubt, the work that would demand the sinews of millions of men, but it has also prodigiously multiplied the labor of those who are governed by its fearful movements. In 1815, the labor of following a pair of mules spinning cotton of number 40, reckoning 12 hours to the working day, involved the necessity of walking 8 miles. In 1832, the distance traveled in the following of a pair of mules spinning cotton yarn of the same number was 20 miles and frequently more. In 1825, the spinner put up daily on each of these mules 208 stretches, making a total of 1,640 stretches in the course of the day. In 1832, the spinner put up on each mule 2,200 stretches, making a total of 4,400. In 1844, 2,400 stretches, making a total of 4,800, and in some cases the amount of labor required is still even greater. I have another document sent to me in 1842, stating that labor is progressively increasing, increasing not only because the distance to be traveled is greater, but because the quantity of goods produced is multiplied, while the hands are fewer in proportion than before, and moreover because an inferior species of cotton is now often spun, which is more difficult to work. In the carding room there also has been a great increase of labor. One person there does the work formerly divided between two. In the weaving room, where a vast number of persons are employed, and principally females, the labor has increased within the last few years fully 10%, owing to the increased speed of the machinery in spinning. In 1838, the number of hanks spun per week was 18,000. In 1843, it amounted to 21,000. In 1819, the number of picks in the power loom weaving per minute was 60. In 1842, it was 140, showing a vast increase of labor." End quote. In the face of this remarkable level of intensity, which labor had already reached in 1844 under the 12 Hours Act, there appeared to be a justification for the assertion made at that time by the English manufacturers that any further progress in that direction was impossible, and therefore that any further reduction in the hours of labor would necessarily bring with it a drop in production. The apparent correctness of their reasoning will best be shown by the following contemporary statement by Leonard Horner, the factory inspector and tireless censor of the manufacturers. Quote, "Now, as the quantity produced must, in the main, be regulated by the speed of the machinery, it must be the interest of the mill owner to drive it at the utmost state of speed consistent with these following conditions, viz. the preservation of the machinery from too rapid deterioration, the preservation of the quality of the article manufactured, and the capability of the workman to follow the motion without a greater exertion than he can sustain for a constancy. One of the most important problems, therefore, which the owner of a factory has to solve, is to find out the maximum speed at which he can run, with a due regard to the above conditions. It frequently happens that he finds he has gone too fast, that breakages and bad work more than counterbalance the increased speed, and that he is obliged to slacken his pace. I therefore concluded that as an active and intelligent mill owner would find out the safe maximum, it would not be possible to produce as much in 11 hours as in 12. I further assumed that the operative paid by piecework would exert himself to the utmost consistent with the power of continuing at the same rate." End quote. Horner therefore came to the conclusion, despite the experiments of Gardner and others, that a further reduction of the working day below 12 hours would necessarily diminish the quantity of the product. He himself cited his opinion of 1845 10 years later in order to show how much at that time he still underestimated the elasticity of machinery and of human labor power, both of which are simultaneously stretched to their utmost by the compulsory shortening of the working day. We now come to the period following the introduction of the 10 Hours Act in 1847 into the English cotton, woolen, silk, and flax mills. Quote, "The speed of the spindles has increased upon throstles 500 and upon mules 1,000 revolutions a minute, i.e. the speed of the throstle spindle, which in 1839 was 4,500 times a minute, is now in 1862 5,000, and of the mule spindle that was 5,000 is now 6,000 times a minute, amounting in the former case to 1/10 and in the second case to 1/5 additional increase." End quote. James Nasmyth, the eminent civil engineer of Patricroft, near Manchester, explained in a letter to Leonard Horner, written in 1852, the nature of the improvements in the steam engine made between the years 1848 and 1852. After remarking that the horsepower of steam engines, being always estimated in the official returns according to the power of similar engines in 1828, is only nominal, and can serve only as an index of their real power, he goes on to say, quote, "I am confident that from the same weight of steam engine machinery, we are now obtaining at least 50% more duty or work performed on the average, and that in many cases the identical steam engines which, in the days of the restricted speed of 220 feet per minute yielded 50 horsepower, are now yielding upwards of 100. The modern steam engine of 100 horsepower is capable of being driven at a much greater force than formerly, arising from the improvement in its construction, the capacity and construction of the boilers, etc. Although the same number of hands are employed in proportion to the horsepower as at former periods, there are fewer hands employed in proportion to the machinery." End quote. In the year 1850, the factories of the United Kingdom employed 134,217 nominal horsepower to move 25,638,716 spindles and 301,445 looms. The number of spindles and looms in 1856 was, respectively, 33,503,580 and 369,205,
which, if we reckon the nominal horsepower required to move them to be the same as in 1850, would call for a total horsepower of 175,000. But according to the official return for 1856, the actual horsepower was 161,435. In other words, over 10,000 horsepower less than the result arrived at by calculating on the basis of the return for 1850. Quote, "The fact thus brought out by the return of 1856 appears to be that the factory system is increasing rapidly, that although the same number of hands are employed in proportion to the horsepower as at former periods, there are fewer hands employed in proportion to the machinery, that the steam engine is enabled to drive an increased weight of machinery by economy of force and other methods, and that an increased quantity of work can be turned off by improvements in machinery and in methods of manufacture, by increase of speed of the machinery, and by a variety of other causes. The great improvements made in machines of every kind have raised their productive power very much. Without any doubt, the shortening of the hours of labor gave the impulse to these improvements. The latter, combined with the more intense strain on the workmen, have had the effect that at least as much is produced in the shortened working day, shortened by 2 hours or 1/6, as was previously produced during the longer one." End quote. One fact is sufficient to show how greatly the wealth of the manufacturers increased along with the more intensive exploitation of labor power. From 1838 to 1850, the average annual increase in English cotton and other factories was 32. From 1850 to 1856, it was 86. But however great the progress of English industry had been during the 8 years from 1848 to 1856 under the influence of a working day of 10 hours, it was far surpassed during the next period of 6 years from 1856 to 1862. In silk factories, for instance, there were 1,093,799 spindles in 1856, 1,388,544 spindles in 1862, 9,260 looms in 1856, 10,709 looms in 1862. The number of workers, however, was 56,131 in 1856 and 52,429 in 1862. The increase in spindles was therefore 26.9%, and in looms 15.6%, while the number of workers decreased by 7%. In the year 1850, 875,830 spindles were used in worsted mills. In 1856, the figure was 1,324,549, an increase of 51.2%, and in 1862 it was 1,289,172, a decrease of 2.7%. But if we deduct the doubling spindles, which figure in the total for 1856 but not in that for 1862, it will be found that after 1856 the number of spindles remained nearly stationary. On the other hand, after 1850, the speed of the spindles in looms was in many cases doubled. The number of power looms in worsted mills was 32,617 in 1850, 38,956 in 1856, and 43,048 in 1862. The number of workers was 79,737 in 1850, 87,794 in 1856, and 86,063 in 1862. But the number of children under 14 years old included in these figures was 9,956 in 1850, 11,228 in 1856, and 13,178 in 1862. Thus, in spite of the greatly increased number of looms in 1862 compared with 1856, the total number of workers employed decreased and the number of children exploited increased. On the 27th of April 1863, Mr. Ferrand said in the House of Commons, quote, "I have been informed by delegates from 16 districts of Lancashire to Cheshire, in whose behalf I speak, that the work in the factories is, in consequence of the improvements in machinery, constantly on the increase. Instead of, as formerly, one person with 2 helps tenting 2 looms, one person now tents 3 looms without helps, and it is no uncommon thing for one person to tent 4. 12 hours' work, as is evident from the facts adduced, is now compressed into less than 10 hours. It is therefore self-evident to what an enormous extent the toil of the factory operative has increased during the last 10 years." End quote. Thus, although the factory inspectors unceasingly, and quite rightly, commend the results of the Acts of 1844 and 1850, they admit that the shortening of the working day has already produced such an intensification of the labor itself as is injurious to the health of the worker, and therefore to his labor power as well. Quote, In most of the cotton, worsted, and silk mills, an exhausting state of excitement necessary to enable the workers satisfactorily to mind the machinery, the motion of which has been greatly accelerated within the last few years, seems to me not unlikely to be one of the causes of that excess of mortality from lung disease, which Dr. Greenhow has pointed out in his recent report on the subject. End quote. Capital's tendency, as soon as a prolongation of the hours of labor is once and for all forbidden, is to compensate for this by systematically raising the intensity of labor and converting every improvement in machinery into a more perfect means for soaking up labor power. There cannot be the slightest doubt that this process must soon lead once again to a critical point at which a further reduction in the hours of labor will be inevitable. On the other hand, the rapid advance of English industry between 1848 and the present time, i.e. during the period of the 10-hour working day, surpasses the advance made between 1833 and 1847. During the period of the 12-hour working day, by far more than the latter surpasses the advance made during the half-century after the first introduction of the factory system, i.e. during the period of the unrestricted working day. Section 4. The Factory. At the beginning of this chapter, we consider the physical constituents of the factory, the organization of the system of machinery. We saw there how machinery, by appropriating the labor of women and children, augments the quantity of human material for capital to exploit, how it confiscates the whole of the worker's lifetime by its immoderate extension of the working day, and finally, how its progress, which permits an enormous increase in production within a shorter and shorter amount of time, serves as a means of systematically getting more work done within a given period of time, or in other words, constantly exploiting labor power more intensively. We now turn to the factory as a whole, and indeed in its most developed form. Dr. Urey, the Pindar of the automatic factory, describes it, on the one hand, as combined cooperation of many orders of workpeople, adult and young, intending with assiduous skill a system of productive machines continuously impelled by a central power. This prime mover, and on the other hand as a vast automaton composed of various mechanical and intellectual organs, acting in uninterrupted concert for the production of a common object, all of them being subordinate to a self-regulated moving force. These two descriptions are far from being identical. In one, the combined collective worker appears as the dominant subject, and the mechanical automaton as the object. In the other, the automaton itself is the subject, and the workers are merely conscious organs, coordinated with the unconscious organs of the automaton, and together with the latter subordinated to the central moving force. The first description is applicable to every possible employment of machinery on a large scale. The second is characteristic of its use by capital, and therefore of the modern factory system. Urey, therefore, prefers to present the central machine from which the motion comes as not only an automaton, but an autocrat. Quote, "In these spacious halls, the benignant power of steam summons around him his myriads of willing menials." End quote. Along with the tool, the skill of the worker in handling it passes over to the machine. The capabilities of the tool are emancipated from the restraints inseparable from human labor power. This destroys the technical foundations on which the division of labor in manufacture was based. Hence, in place of the hierarchy of specialized workers that characterizes manufacture, there appears, in the automatic factory, a tendency to equalize and reduce to an identical level every kind of work that has to be done by the minders of the machines. In place of the artificially produced distinctions between the specialized workers, it is natural differences of age and sex that predominate. Insofar as the division of labor reappears in the factory, it takes the form primarily of a distribution of workers among the specialized machines, and of quantities of workers, who do not however form organized groups, among the various departments of the factory, in each of which they work at a number of similar machines placed together. Only simple cooperation, therefore, takes place between them. The organized group peculiar to manufacture is replaced by the connection between the head worker and his few assistants. The essential division is that between workers who are actually employed on the machines, among whom are included a few who look after the engine, and those who merely attend them, almost exclusively children. More or less all the feeders who supply the machines with the material which is to be worked up are counted as attendants. In addition to these two principal classes, there is a numerically unimportant group whose occupation it is to look after the whole of the machinery and repair it from time to time, composed of engineers, mechanics, joiners, etc. This is a superior class of workers, in part scientifically educated, in part trained in a handicraft. They stand outside the realm of the factory workers and are added to them only to make up an aggregate. This division of labor is purely technical. All work at a machine requires the worker to be taught from childhood upwards, in order that he may learn to adapt his own movements to the uniform and unceasing motion of an automaton. Since the machinery, taken as a whole, forms a system of machines of various kinds working simultaneously and in combination, cooperation based upon it requires the distribution of various groups of workers among the different kinds of machine. But machine production abolishes the necessity of fixing this distribution in the manner of manufacture, i.e., by constantly appropriating the same worker to the same function. Since the motion of the whole factory proceeds not from the worker but from the machinery, the working personnel can continually be replaced without any interruption in the labor process. The most striking proof of this is afforded by the relay system, put into operation by the manufacturers during their revolt of 1848 to 1850. Lastly, the speed with which machine work is learnt by young people does away with the need to bring up a special class of worker for exclusive employment by machinery. The work of those people who are merely attendants can, to some extent, be replaced in the factory by the use of machines. In addition to this, the very simplicity of the work allows a rapid and constant turnover of the individuals burdened with this drudgery. Thus, although, from a technical point of view, the old system of division of labor is thrown overboard by machinery, it hangs on in the factory as a tradition handed down from manufacture, and is then systematically reproduced and fixed in a more hideous form by capital as a means of exploiting labor power. The lifelong specialty of handling the same tool now becomes the lifelong specialty of serving the same machine. Machinery is misused in order to transform the worker, from his very childhood, into a part of a specialized machine. In this way, not only are the expenses necessary for his reproduction considerably lessened, but at the same time his helpless dependence upon the factory as a whole, and therefore upon the capitalist, is rendered complete. Here, as everywhere else, we must distinguish between the increased productivity which is due to the development of the social process of production and that which is due to the exploitation by the capitalists of that development. In handicrafts and manufacture, the worker makes use of a tool. In the factory, the machine makes use of him. There, the movements of the instrument of labor proceed from him. Here, it is the movements of the machine that he must follow. In manufacture, the workers are the parts of a living mechanism. In the factory, we have a lifeless mechanism which is independent of the workers, who are incorporated into it as its living appendages. Quote, "The wearisome routine of endless drudgery in which the same mechanical process is ever repeated is like the torture of Sisyphus. The burden of toil, like the rock, is ever falling back upon the worn-out drudge." End quote. Factory work exhausts the nervous system to the utmost. At the same time, it does away with the many-sided play of the muscles, and confiscates every atom of freedom, both in bodily and in intellectual activity. Even the lightening of the labor becomes an instrument of torture, since the machine does not free the worker from the work, but rather deprives the work itself of all content. Every kind of capitalist production, insofar as it is not only a labor process, but also capital's process of valorization, has this in common. But it is not the worker who employs the conditions of his work, but rather the reverse. The conditions of the work employ the worker. However, it is only with the coming of machinery that this inversion first acquires a technical and palpable reality. Owing to its conversion into an automaton, the instrument of labor confronts the worker during the labor process in the shape of capital, dead labor, which dominates and soaks up living labor power. The separation of the intellectual faculties of the production process from manual labor, and the transformation of those faculties into powers exercised by capital over labor is, as we have already shown, finally completed by large-scale industry erected on the foundation of machinery. The special skill of each individual machine operator, who has now been deprived of all significance, vanishes as an infinitesimal quantity in the face of science, the gigantic natural forces, and the mass of social labor embodied in the system of machinery which, together with those three forces, constitutes the power of the master. This master, therefore, in whose mind the machinery and his monopoly of it are inseparably united, contemptuously tells his hands, whenever he comes into conflict with them, quote, "The factory operative should keep in wholesome remembrance that the fact that theirs is really a low species of skilled labor, and that there is none which is more easily acquired, or of its quality more amply remunerated, or which by a short training of the least expert can be more quickly as well as abundantly acquired. The master's machinery really plays a far more important part in the business of production than the labor and the skill of the operative, which 6 months' education can teach, and a common laborer can learn." End quote. The technical subordination of the worker to the uniform motion of the instruments of labor, and the peculiar composition of the working group, consisting as it does of individuals of both sexes and all ages, gives rise to a barrack-like discipline, which is elaborated into a complete system in the factory, and brings the previously mentioned labor of superintendents to its fullest development, thereby dividing the workers into manual laborers and overseers, into the private soldiers and the NCOs of an industrial army. Quote, "The main difficulty in the automatic factory lay, above all, in training human beings to renounce their desultory habits of work, and to identify themselves with the unvarying regularity of the complex automaton. To devise and administer a successful code of factory discipline, suited to the necessities of factory diligence, was the Herculean enterprise, the noble achievement of Arkwright. Even at the present day, when the system is perfectly organized and its labor lightened to the utmost, it is found nearly impossible to convert persons past the age of puberty into useful factory hands." End quote. In the factory code, the capitalist formulates its autocratic power over the workers like a private legislator, and purely as an emanation of his own will, unaccompanied by either that division of responsibility otherwise so much approved of by the bourgeoisie or the still more approved representative system. This code is merely the capitalist caricature of the social regulation of the labor process which becomes necessary in cooperation on a larger scale and in the employment in common of instruments of labor, and especially of machinery. The overseer's book of penalties replaces the slave driver's lash. All punishments naturally resolve themselves into fines and deductions from wages, and the law-giving talent of the factory lycurgus so arranges matters that a violation of his laws is, if possible, more profitable to him than the keeping of them. Here we shall merely allude to the material conditions under which factory labor is performed. Every sense organ is injured by the artificially high temperatures, by the dust-laden atmosphere, by the deafening noise, not to mention the danger to life and limb among machines which are so closely crowded together, a danger which, with the regularity of the seasons, produces its list of those killed and wounded in the industrial battle. The economical use of the social means of production, matured and forced as in a hothouse by the factory system, is turned in the hands of capital into systematic robbery of what is necessary for the life of the worker while he is at work, i.e. space, light, air, and the protection against the dangerous or unhealthy concomitants of the production process, not to mention the theft of appliances for the comfort of the worker. Was Fourier wrong when he called factories mitigated jails? Section 5. The struggle between worker and machine. The struggle between the capitalist and the wage laborer starts with the existence of the capital relation itself. It rages throughout the period of manufacture. But only since the introduction of machinery has the worker fought against the instrument of labor itself, capital's material mode of existence. He is in revolt against this particular form of the means of production because it is the material foundation of the capitalist mode of production. In the 17th century, nearly all Europe experienced workers' revolts against the ribbon loom, a machine for weaving ribbons and lace trimmings. In the 1630s, a wind-driven sawmill erected near London by a Dutchman succumbed to the rage of the mob. Even as late as the beginning of the 18th century, sawmills driven by water overcame the opposition of the people only with great difficulty, supported as this opposition was by Parliament. No sooner had Everett constructed the first wool-shearing machine to be driven by water power, 1758, than it was set on fire by 100,000 people who had been thrown out of work. 50,000 workers, who had previously lived by carding wool, petitioned Parliament against Arkwright's scribbling mills and carding engines. The large-scale destruction of machinery which occurred in the English manufacturing districts during the first 15 years of the 19th century, largely as a result of the employment of the power loom, and known as the Luddite movement, gave the anti-Jacobin government, composed of such people as Sidmouth and Castlereagh, a pretext for the most violent and reactionary measures. It took time and expertise before the workers learned to distinguish between machinery and its employment by capital, and therefore to transfer their attacks from the material instruments of production to the form of society which utilizes those instruments. The struggles over wages within the manufacturing system presuppose manufacture, and are in no sense directed against its existence. The opposition to the establishment of manufactures proceeds from the guild masters in the privileged towns, not from the wage laborers. Hence the writers of the manufacturing period treat the division of labor predominantly as a means of virtually making up for a shortage of workers, and not of actually displacing them. This distinction is very clear. If someone says that 100 million people would be required in England to spin with the old spinning wheel, the cotton that is now spun with mules by 500,000 people, this does not mean that the mules took the place of those millions who never existed. It means only that many million workers would be required to replace the spinning machinery. If, on the other hand, we say that in England the power loom threw 800,000 weavers onto the streets, we do not refer to existing machinery, which would have to be replaced by a certain number of workers, but to an actually existing number of workers who were in fact replaced or displaced by the looms. Handicraft labor, even if it was subdivided into many different parts, remained the basis throughout the period of manufacture. The demands of the new colonial markets could not be satisfied by the relatively small number of urban workers handed down from the Middle Ages, and the manufactures proper opened out new fields of production to the rural population, which had been driven from the land by the dissolution of the feudal system. At that time, therefore, it was the positive side of the division of labor and cooperation in the workshops which emerged most clearly, i.e., the fact that they allowed the workers to be employed more productively. Long before the period of large-scale industry, cooperation and the concentration of the instruments of labor in the hands of a few people gave rise, in numerous countries where these methods were applied to agriculture, to great and sudden forcible revolutions in the mode of production, and as a result, in the conditions of existence and the means of employment of the rural population. But here the struggle at first takes place more between large and small landed proprietors than between capital and wage labor. On the other hand, when laborers are displaced by the instruments of labor, by sheep, horses, etc., in that case direct acts of violence are in the first instance the precondition of the Industrial Revolution. First the laborers are driven from the land, then the sheep arrive. Very extensive thefts of land, as perpetrated in England for instance, are the means whereby large-scale agriculture first gains a field of application. Hence this transformation in agriculture initially tends to have the appearance of a political revolution. The instrument of labor, when it takes the form of a machine, immediately becomes a competitor of the worker himself. The self-valorization of capital by means of the machine is related directly to the number of workers whose conditions of existence have been destroyed by it. The whole system of capitalist production is based on the worker's sale of his labor power as a commodity. The division of labor develops this labor power in a one-sided way, by reducing it to the highly particularized skill of handling a special tool. When it becomes the job of the machine to handle this tool, the use value of the worker's labor power vanishes, and with it its exchange value. The worker becomes unsaleable, like paper money thrown out of currency by legal enactment. The section of the working class thus rendered superfluous by machinery, i.e., converted into a part of the population no longer directly necessary for the self-valorization of capital, either goes under in the unequal contest between the old handicraft and manufacturing production and the new machine production, or else floods all the more easily accessible branches of industry, swamps the labor market, and makes the price of labor power fall below its value. It is supposed to have been a great consolation to the pauperized workers that, firstly, their sufferings are only temporary, a temporary inconvenience, and secondly, machinery only gradually seizes control of the whole of a given field of production, so that the extent and intensity of its destructive effect is diminished. The first consolation cancels out the second. When machinery seizes on an industry by degrees, it produces chronic misery among the workers who compete with it. Where the transition is rapid, the effect is acute and is felt by great masses of people. World history offers no spectacle more frightful than the gradual extinction of the English handloom weavers. This tragedy dragged on for decades, finally coming to an end in 1838. Many of the weavers died of starvation. Many vegetated with their families for a long period on 2.5 pence a day. In India, on the other hand, the English cotton machinery produced an acute effect. The Governor-General reported as follows in 1834-35, quote, "The misery hardly finds a parallel in the history of commerce. The bones of the cotton weavers are bleaching the plains of India." End quote. Of course, in turning the weavers out of this temporal world, the machinery caused them a temporary inconvenience. But in any case, since machinery is continually seizing on new fields of production, its temporary effect is really permanent. Hence the character of independence from and estrangement towards the worker, which the capitalist mode of production gives to the conditions of labor and the product of labor, develops into a complete and total antagonism within the advent of machinery. It is therefore when machinery arrives on the scene that the worker for the first time revolts savagely against the instruments of labor. The instrument of labor strikes down the worker. The direct antagonisms between the two is at its most apparent whenever newly introduced machinery enters into competition with the handicrafts or manufactures handed down from former times. But within large-scale industry itself, the continual improvement of machinery and the development of the automatic system has an analogous effect. Quote, "The object of improved machinery is to diminish manual labor, to provide for the performance of a process or the completion of a link in a manufacture by the aid of an iron instead of the human apparatus. The adaptation of power to machinery heretofore moved by hand is almost of daily occurrence. The minor improvements in machinery having for their object economy of power, the production of better work, the turning off more work in the same time, or in supplying the place of a child, a female, or a man, are constant, and although sometimes apparently of no great movement, have somewhat important results. Whenever a process requires peculiar dexterity and steadiness of hand, it is withdrawn as soon as possible from the cunning workman, who is prone to irregularities of many kinds, and is placed in charge of a peculiar mechanism, so self-regulating that a child can superintend it. On the automatic plan, skilled labor gets progressively superseded. The effect of improvements in machinery, not merely in superseding the necessity for the employment of the same quantity of adult labor as before, in order to produce a given result, but in substituting one description of human labor for another, the less skilled for the more skilled, juvenile for adult, female for male, causes a fresh disturbance in the rate of wages. The effect of substituting the self-acting mule for the common mule is to discharge the greater part of the men spinners, and to retain adolescents and children." End quote. The machine system's extraordinary capacity for expansion is a result of the accumulated practical experience, the extent of the mechanical instruments already available for use, and the constant advance of technology. It has shown what giant strides it can take under the pressure of the shortened working day. But who in 1860, the year in which the English cotton industry reached its zenith, would have dreamt of the galloping pace of improvements in machinery, and the corresponding displacement of manual labor which the stimulus of the American Civil War called forth in the following 3 years? A couple of examples from the reports of the inspectors of factories will suffice on this point. A Manchester manufacturer states, quote, "We formerly had 75 carding engines. Now we have 12 doing the same quantity of work. We are doing with fewer hands by 14, at a saving in wages of £10 a week. Our estimated saving in waste is about 10% in the quantity of cotton consumed." In another fine spinning mill in Manchester, I was informed that through increased speed and the adoption of some self-acting processes, a reduction had been made in number of a fourth in one department and above half in another, and that the introduction of the combing machine in place of the second carding had considerably reduced the number of hands formerly employed in the carding room. End quote. Another spinning mill is estimated to effect a saving of hands of 10%. Messrs. Gilmore, spinner at Manchester, make this statement, quote, "In our blowing room department, we consider our expense with this new machinery is fully 1/3 less in wages and hands. In the jack frame and drawing frame room, about 1/3 less in expense, and likewise 1/3 less in hands. In the spinning room, about 1/3 less in expenses. But this is not all. When our yarn goes to the manufacturers, it is so much better by the application of our new machinery that they will produce a greater quantity of cloth, and cheaper from the yarn produced by the old machinery." End quote. Mr. Redgrave, the factory inspector, remarks in connection with this, quote, "The reduction of hands against increased production is, in fact, constantly taking place. In woolen mills, the reduction commenced some time since and is continuing. A few days since, the master of a school in the neighborhood of Rochdale said to me that the great falling off in the girls' school is not only caused by the distress, but by the changes of machinery in the woolen mills, in consequence of which a reduction of 70 short-timers had taken place." End quote. The following table shows the total result of the mechanical improvements in the English cotton industry resulting from the American Civil War. The aforementioned table cannot be read aloud for this recording. Please consult a physical or electronic copy of this book for visual reference. Hence, between 1861 and 1868, 338 cotton factories disappeared. In other words, more productive machinery on a larger scale was concentrated in the hands of a smaller number of capitalists. The number of power looms decreased by 20,663, but since their product increased in the same period, an improved loom yielded more than an old one. Finally, the number of spindles increased by 1,612,541, while the number of workers employed decreased by 50,505. The temporary misery inflicted on the workers by the cotton crisis was therefore heightened and made permanent by the rapid and continuous progress of machinery. But machinery does not just act as a superior competitor to the worker, always on the point of making him superfluous. It is a power inimical to him, and capital proclaims this fact loudly and deliberately, as well as making use of it. It is the most powerful weapon for suppressing strikes, those periodic revolts of the working class against the autocracy of capital. According to Gaskell, the steam engine was from the very first an antagonist of human power, an antagonist that enabled the capitalist to tread underfoot the growing demands of the workers, which threatened to drive the infant factory system into crisis. It would be impossible to write a whole history of the inventions made since 1830 for the sole purpose of providing capital with weapons against working-class revolt. We would mention, above all, the self-acting mule, because it opened up a new epoch in the automatic system. Nasmyth, the inventor of the steam hammer, gave the following evidence before the Commission on Trade Unions with regard to the improvements in machinery he himself introduced as a result of the widespread and long-lasting strikes of the engineers in 1851. Quote, "The characteristic feature of our modern mechanical improvements is the introduction of self-acting tool machinery. What every mechanical workman has now to do, and what every boy can do, is not to work himself but to superintend the beautiful labor of the machine. The whole class of workmen that depend exclusively on their skill is now done away with. Formerly, I employed 4 boys to every mechanic. Thanks to these new mechanical combinations, I have reduced the number of grown-up men from 1,500 to 750. The result was a considerable increase in my profits." End quote. Urey says this of coloring machines used in calico printing, quote, "At length, capitalists sought deliverance from this intolerable bondage, namely the terms of their contracts with the workers which they saw as burdensome, in the resource of science, and were speedily reinstated in their legitimate rule, that of the head over the inferior members." End quote. Then, speaking of an intervention for dressing warps, whose immediate occasion was a strike, he says, quote, "The combined malcontents, who fancied themselves impregnably entrenched behind the old lines of division of labor, found their flanks turned and their defenses rendered useless by the new mechanical tactics, and were obliged to surrender at discretion." End quote. Of the intervention of the self-acting mule, he says, quote, "A creation destined to restore order among the industrious classes. This invention confirms the great doctrine already propounded, that when capital enlists science into her service, the refractory hand of labor will always be taught docility." End quote. Although Urey's work appeared in 1835, at a time when the factory system was still comparatively little developed, it remains the classical expression of the spirit of the factory, not only because of its undisguised cynicism, but also because of the naivete with which it blurts out the thoughtless contradictions of the capitalist brain. For instance, after unfolding the above-mentioned doctrine that capital with the aid of science, which has been taken onto the payroll, always reduces the refractory hand of labor to docility, he waxes indignant because, quote, "Physico-mechanical science has been accused of lending itself to the rich capitalist as an instrument for harassing the poor." End quote. After preaching a long sermon to show how advantageous the rapid development of machinery is to the workers, he warns them that, by their obstinacy and their strikes, they hasten that development. Quote, "Violent revulsions of this nature," he says, "display short-sighted man in the contemptible character of a self-tormentor." End quote. A few pages before this, he states the contrary, quote, "Had it not been for the violent collisions and interruptions resulting from erroneous views among factory operatives, the factory system would have been developed still more rapidly and beneficially for all concerned." End quote. Then he exclaims again, quote, "Fortunately for the state of society in the cotton districts of Great Britain, the improvements in machinery are gradual. It," the introduction of improvements in machinery, "is said to lower the rate of earnings of adults by displacing a portion of them, and thus rendering their number superabundant as compared with the demand for their labor. It certainly augments the demand for their labor of children and the increased rate of their wages." End quote. On the other hand, the same dispenser of consolation defends the lowness of the children's wages on the ground that it prevents parents from sending their children into the factory at too early an age. The whole of his book is a vindication of a working day of unrestricted length. That Parliament should forbid children of 13 years of age to be exhausted by working 12 hours a day reminds his liberal soul of the darkest days of the Middle Ages. This does not prevent him from calling upon the factory workers to thank Providence, by which means of machinery has given them, quote, "the leisure to think of their immortal interests." End quote. Section 6. The compensation theory with regard to the workers displaced by machinery. A whole series of bourgeois political economists, including James Mill, McCulloch, Torrens, Sr., and John Stuart Mill, assert that all machinery that displaces workers simultaneously and necessarily sets free an amount of capital adequate to employ precisely those workers displaced. Let us assume that a capitalist employs 100 workers at £30 a year each in a carpet factory. The variable capital annually laid down therefore amounts to £3,000. Let us then assume that he dismisses 50 of his workers, and employs the remaining 50 with the machinery that cost him £1,500. To simplify matters, we take no account of buildings, coal, etc. Finally, let the raw material annually consumed cost £3,000 both before and after the change. Is any capital set free by this metamorphosis? Before the change, the total sum of £6,000 consisted half of constant and half of variable capital. After the change, it consists of £4,500 constant, that's 3,000 raw material and 1,500 machinery, and £1,500 variable capital. The variable capital, instead of being 1/2, is only 1/4 of the total capital. Instead of being set free, a part of the capital is here locked up in such a way as to cease to be exchanged for labor power. Variable has been changed into constant capital. Other things being equal, the capital of £6,000 can now employ no more than 50 men. With each improvement in the machinery, it will employ fewer people. If the newly introduced machinery had cost less than the labor power and the implements displaced by it, if, for instance, instead of costing £1,500 it had cost only £1,000, a variable capital of £1,000 would have been converted into constant capital and locked up in it, and a capital of £500 would have been set free. The latter sum, given the same annual wage bill, would form a fund sufficient to employ about 16 out of the 50 men dismissed, or rather less than 16, for in order to be employed as capital, a part of this £500 must in its turn be transformed into constant capital, thus leaving only the remainder to be laid out in the purchase of labor power. But suppose, in addition to this, that the making of the new machinery employs an increased number of mechanics. Can this be regarded as compensation for the carpet makers who have been thrown on the streets? At best, the construction of the machinery will still employ fewer men than its application displaces. The sum of £1,500, which previously represented the wages of dismissed carpet makers, now represents in the shape of machinery 1. The value of the means of production used in the construction of that machinery, 2. The wages of the mechanics who constructed it, and 3. The surplus value falling to the share of their master. Moreover, the machinery need not be renewed until it is worn out. Hence, in order to keep the increased number of mechanics in constant employment, one carpet manufacturer after another must replace workers with machines. In fact, the apologists for capitalism do not have in mind this sort of liberation of capital. They are thinking more of the means of subsistence of the workers who have been set free. It cannot be denied in the above instance that the machinery not only liberates 50 men, thus placing them at the disposal of other capitalists, but also, at the same time, withdraws from their consumption and sets free £1,500 worth of means of subsistence. The simple and by no means new fact that machinery sets the workers free from their means of subsistence is expressed in economic language by saying that machinery sets free means of subsistence for the workers, or converts those means of subsistence into capital with which to employ them. Everything, as you see, depends on the way things are put. Nominibus molire licet mala, a quote from Artis Amatoriae, meaning, it is proper to lighten evils with words. This theory implies that the £1,500 worth of means of subsistence was capital that was being valorized by the labor of the 50 men dismissed. Accordingly, the capital ceases to be employed as soon as the workers begin their forced holiday, and never rests until it has found a new placing in which the above-mentioned 50 can again consume it productively. On this theory, the capital and the workers must sooner or later come together again, and that is when the compensation will appear. Hence the sufferings of the workers displaced by machinery are as transient as worldly wealth. But the £1,500 worth of means of subsistence never confronted the dismissed workers as capital. This role was reserved for the sum of £1,500 later on, when it had been transformed into machinery. If we look more closely, it will be seen that the initial sum of £1,500 represented only a portion of the carpets produced in a year by the 50 dismissed men, and they received this part as wages from their employer, paid in money instead of in kind. With the carpets thus transformed into £1,500, they bought means of subsistence to the same value. These means, therefore, were to them not capital but commodities, and they, as regards these commodities, were not wage laborers but buyers. The circumstance that they were set free by the machinery from the means of purchase changed them from buyers into non-buyers, hence a lessened demand for these commodities. Voilà tout. If this diminution of demand is not compensated for by an increase in demand from another direction, the market price of the commodities falls. If this state of things lasts for some time and increases in extent, there follows the displacement of the workers employed in the production of those commodities. A part of the capital, which previously produced the necessary means of subsistence, is now reproduced in another form. While prices are falling and capital is being displaced, the workers employed in the production of the necessary means of subsistence are in turn set free from a part of their wages. Instead, therefore, of proving that when machinery frees the worker from his means of subsistence, it simultaneously converts those means into capital for his further employment, our friends the apologists, with their well-tried law of supply and demand, prove the opposite, namely that machinery throws workers onto the streets, not only in that branch of production into which it has been introduced, but also in branches into which it has not been introduced. The real facts, which are travestied by the optimism of the economists, are these. The workers, when driven out of the workshop by the machinery, are thrown onto the labor market. Their presence in the labor market increases the number of labor powers which are at the disposal of capitalist exploitation. In Part 7, we shall see that this effect of machinery, which has been represented as a compensation for the working class, is, on the contrary, a most frightful scourge. For the present, I will only say this. Workers who have been thrown out of work in a given branch of industry can no doubt look for employment in another branch. If they find it, and thus renew the bond between them and the means of subsistence, this takes place only through the agency of a new, additional capital which is seeking investment, and in no way through the agency of the capital that was already functioning previously and was then converted into machinery. And even if they do find employment, what a miserable prospect they face. Crippled as they are by the division of labor, these poor devils are worth so little outside their old trade that they cannot find admission into any industries except a few inferior and therefore oversupplied and underpaid branches. Furthermore, every branch of industry attracts each year a new stream of men, who furnish a contingent from which to fill up vacancies and to draw a supply for expansion. As soon as machinery has set free a part of the workers employed in a given branch of industry, the reserve men are also diverted into new channels of employment and become absorbed in other branches. Meanwhile, the original victims, during the period of transition, for the most part starve and perish. It is an undoubted fact that machinery is not as such responsible for setting free the worker from the means of subsistence. It cheapens and increases production in the branch it seizes on, and at first leaves unaltered the quantity of the means of subsistence produced in other branches. Hence, after the introduction of machinery, society possesses as much of the necessaries of life as before, if not more, for the workers who have been displaced, not to mention the enormous share of the annual product wasted by non-workers. And this is the point relied on by our economic apologists. The contradictions and antagonisms inseparable from the capitalist application of machinery do not exist, they say, because they do not arise out of machinery as such, but out of its capitalist application. Therefore, since machinery in itself shortens the hours of labor, but when employed by capital it lengthens them, since in itself it lightens labor, but when employed by capital it heightens its intensity, since in itself it is a victory of man over the forces of nature, but in the hand of capital it makes men the slave of those forces, since in itself it increases the wealth of the producers, but in the hands of capital it makes them into paupers, the bourgeois economist simply states that the contemplation of the machinery in itself demonstrates with exactitude that all these evident contradictions are a mere semblance, present in everyday reality, but not existing in themselves, and therefore having no theoretical existence either. Thus he manages to avoid racking his brains any more, and in addition implies that his opponent is guilty of the stupidity of contending not against the capitalist application of machinery, but against machinery itself. No doubt the bourgeois economist is far from denying that temporary inconveniences may result from the capitalist use of machinery, but where is the medal without its reverse side? Any other utilization of machinery than the capitalist one is to him impossible. Exploitation of the worker by the machine is therefore identical for him with the exploitation of the machine by the worker. Therefore, whoever reveals the real situation with the capitalist employment of machinery does not want machinery to be employed at all, and is an enemy of social progress. This is exactly the reasoning of Bill Sykes, the celebrated cutthroat. Quote, "Gentlemen of the jury, no doubt the throat of this commercial traveler has been cut. But that is not my fault. It is the fault of the knife. Must we, for such a temporary inconvenience, abolish the use of the knife? Only consider, where would agriculture and trade be without the knife? Is it not as salutary in surgery as it is skilled in anatomy, and a willing assistant at the festive table? If you abolish the knife, you hurl us back into the depths of barbarism." End quote. Although machinery necessarily throws men out of work in those industries into which it has been introduced, it may, despite this, bring about an increase in employment in other industries. This effect of machinery, however, has nothing in common with the so-called theory of compensation. Since every article produced by a machine is cheaper than a similar article produced by hand, we deduce the following absolute law. If the total quantity of the article produced by machinery is equal to the total quantity of the article previously produced by a handicraft or by manufacture, and now made by machinery, then total labor expended is diminished. The increase in the labor required to produce the instruments of labor themselves, the machinery, coal, etc., must be less than the reduction in labor received by the employment of machinery. Otherwise, the product of the machine would be as dear as or dearer than the product of manual labor. But as a matter of fact, the total quantity of the article produced by machinery with a diminished number of workers, instead of remaining equal to the total quantity of the handmade article that has been displaced, exceeds this by far. Suppose that 400,000 yards of cloth have been produced on power looms by fewer weavers than could weave 100,000 yards by hand. The quadrupled product contains 4 times as much raw material. Hence, the production of raw material must be quadrupled. But as regards the instruments of labor consumed, such as buildings, coal, machinery, and so on, it is different. The limit of the possible increase in the amount of additional labor required to produce them varies with the difference between the quantity of the machine-made article and the quantity of the same article that the same number of workers could make by hand. Hence, as the use of machinery extends in a given industry, the immediate effect is to increase production in the other industries that provide the first with means of production. How far employment is thereby found for an increased number of workers depends, given it the length of the working day and the intensity of labor, on the compensation of the capital employed, i.e., on the ratio of its constant to its variable component. This ratio, in its turn, varies considerably with the extent to which machinery has already penetrated or is engaged in penetrating those trades. The number of men condemned to work in coal and metal mines has been enormously swollen by the progress of machine production in England, although the growth in numbers has been slowed down during the last few decades by the introduction of new machinery into the mining industries. Along with the machine, a new type of worker springs to life, the machine maker. We have already learned that machinery is seizing control even of this branch of production on an ever-increasing scale. As to raw materials, there can be no doubt that the rapid advance of cotton spinning not only promoted as if in a hothouse the growing of cotton in the United States and with it the African slave trade, but also made slave breeding the chief business of the so-called border slave states. In 1790, when the first census of slaves was taken in the United States, their number was 697,000. In 1861, it had nearly reached 4 million. On the other hand, it is no less certain that the blossoming of the English woolen factories, together with the progressive transformation of Arabic land into sheep pasture, brought about the conversion of agricultural laborers into supernumeraries and drove them in their masses from the land. Ireland, having during the last 20 years reduced its population by nearly 1/2, is at this moment undergoing the process of still further reducing the number of its inhabitants to a level which will correspond exactly with the requirements of its landlords and the English woolen manufacturers. When machinery penetrates into any of the preliminary or intermediate stages through which an object of labor has to pass on its way to its final form, there is an increased yield of material in those stages, and simultaneously an increased demand for labor in the handicrafts or manufactures supplied by the machines. Spinning by machinery, for example, supplied yarn so cheaply and so abundantly that the handloom weavers were at first able to work full-time without increased outlay. Their earnings accordingly rose. This produced a flow of people into the cotton weaving trade, until at length the 800,000 weavers called into existence by the jenny, the throstle, and the mule were overwhelmed by the power loom. So also, owing to the abundance of clothing materials produced by machinery, the number of tailors, seamstresses, and needlewomen went on increasing until the appearance of the sewing machine. In proportion as machinery, with the aid of a relatively small number of workers, increases the mass of raw materials, half-finished products and instruments of labor, the working up of these raw materials and half-finished products becomes split up into innumerable subdivisions. There is thus an increase in the number of branches of the social production. Machine production drives the social division of labor immeasurably further than manufacture does, because it increases the productive power of the industries it seizes upon to a much greater degree. The immediate result of machinery is to augment surplus value and the mass of products in which surplus value is embodied. It also increases the quantity of substances for the capitalists and their dependents to consume, and therefore the size of these social strata themselves. Their growing wealth and the relatively diminished number of workers required to produce the means of subsistence begets both new luxury requirements and the means of satisfying them. A larger portion of the social product is converted into surplus product, and a larger portion of the surplus product is reproduced and consumed in a multitude of refined shapes. In other words, the production of luxuries increases. The products are also made more refined and more varied by the new world market relations created by large-scale industry. Not only are greater quantities of foreign luxury articles exchanged for home products, but a greater mass of foreign raw materials, ingredients, and half-finished articles are used as means of production in the home industries. Owing to these relations with the world market, the demand for labor increases in the transport industry and splits the latter into numerous extra subdivisions. The increase in the means of production and subsistence, accompanied by relative diminution of the number of workers, provides the impulse for an extension of work that can only bear fruit in the distant future, such as the construction of canals, docks, tunnels, bridges, and so on. Entirely new branches of production, creating new fields of labor, are also formed as a direct result either of machinery or of the general industrial changes brought about by it. But the place occupied by these branches in total production is far from important, even in the most developed countries. The number of workers they employ is directly proportional to the demand created by these industries for the crudest form of manual labor. The chief industries of this kind are, at present, gas works, telegraphy, photography, steam navigation, and railways. According to the census of 1861 for England and Wales, we find in the gas industry, gas works, production of mechanical apparatus, servants of the gas companies, etc., 15,211 persons. In telegraphy, 2,399 persons. In photography, 2,366. In steam navigation, 3,570. And in railways, 70,599. Of whom the unskilled navvies, more or less permanently employed, and the whole administrative and commercial staff make up about 28,000. The total number of persons, therefore, employed in these 5 new industries amounts to 94,145. Lastly, the extraordinary increase in the productivity of large-scale industry, accompanied as it is by both a more intensive and more extensive exploitation of labor power in all other spheres of production, permits a larger and larger part of the working class to be employed unproductively. Hence, it is possible to reproduce the ancient domestic slaves on a constantly extending scale under the name of a servant class, including men servants, women servants, lackeys, etc. According to the census of 1861, the population of England and Wales was 20,066,224. 9,776,259 of these were males and 10,289,965 females. If we deduct from this population, firstly, all who are too old or too young for work, all unproductive women, young persons, and children, then the ideological groups, such as members of the government, priests, lawyers, soldiers, etc., then all the people exclusively occupied in consuming the labor of others in the form of ground rent, interest, etc., and lastly, paupers, vagabonds, and criminals, there remain in round numbers 8 millions of the 2 sexes of every age, including in that number every capitalist who is in any way engaged in industry, commerce, or finance. These 8 millions are distributed as follows. Agricultural laborers, including shepherds, farm servants, and maidservants living in the house of farmers, 1,098,261. Those employed in cotton, woolen, worsted, flax, hemp, silk, and jute factories, in stocking making and lace making by machinery, 642,607. Those employed in coal mines and metal mines, 565,835. Those employed in metalworks, blast furnaces, rolling mills, etc., and metal manufactures of every kind, 396,998. The servant class, 1,208,648. All the persons employed in textile factories and in mines, taken together, number 1,208,442. Those employed in textile factories and metal industries taken together number 1,039,605. In both cases, less than the number of modern domestic slaves. What an elevating consequence of the capitalist exploitation of machinery. Section 7. Repulsion and attraction of workers through the development of machine production. Crises in the cotton industry. All the more respectable representatives of political economy concede that the introduction of new machinery has a baneful effect on the workers in the old handicrafts and manufactures with which the machinery at first competes. Almost all of them bemoan the slavery of the factory worker. And what is the great trump card they play? That machinery, after the horrors of the period of its introduction and development have subsided, in the final analysis increases, rather than diminishes, the number of wage slaves. Yes, political economy joyfully proclaims this theory, which is hideous to every philanthropist who believes that the capitalist mode of production is an eternal necessity ordained by nature, that after a period of growth and transition, and even when it is already founded on production by machinery, the factory system grinds down more workers than it originally threw onto the streets. It is true that in some cases, as we saw from the example of the English worsted and silk factories, an extraordinary extension of the factory system may, at a certain stage of its development, be accompanied not only by a relative but an absolute decrease in the number of workers employed. In 1860, when a special census of all the factories in the United Kingdom was taken by the order of Parliament, the factories in those parts of Lancashire, Cheshire, and Yorkshire included in the district of Mr. R. Baker, the factory inspector, numbered 652. 570 of these contained 85,622 power looms and 6,819,146 spindles, not including doubling spindles, utilized 27,439 horsepower in steam engines and 1,390 horsepower in water wheels, and employed 94,119 persons. In 1865, the same factories contained 95,163 looms and 7,025,031 spindles, utilized 28,925 horsepower in steam engines and 1,445 horsepower in water wheels, and employed 88,913 persons. Between 1860 and 1865, therefore, the increase in looms was 11%, in spindles 3%, and in engine power 3%, while the number of persons employed decreased 5.5%. Between 1852 and 1862, considerable growth occurred in English woolen manufacture, while the number of workers employed in that industry remained almost stationary. Quote, "This shows to what a great extent the introduction of new machines has superseded the labor of preceding periods." End quote. In certain cases, the increase in the number of factory workers employed is only apparent, i.e., it is not due to the extension of industries already based on machine production, but to the gradual annexation of neighboring branches of industry. For instance, the increase in power looms and in the number of factory workers employed by them between 1838 and 1856 was, in the cotton trade, simply a result of the extension of this branch of industry, but in the other trades it resulted from the application of steam power to the carpet loom, the ribbon loom, and the linen loom, which had previously been driven by muscle power. Hence the increase in the number of workers in these latter trades was merely an expression of the reduction in the total number of workers employed. Finally, we have considered this question entirely apart from the fact that everywhere, except in metallurgical industries, young persons, under 18, women and children form by far the most preponderant element in the factory personnel. Nevertheless, in spite of the mass of workers actually driven out and virtually replaced by machinery, we can understand how workers in factories may become more numerous than the manufacturing artisans and handicraftsmen they have displaced. Their numbers grow through the building of more factories or the extension of old factories in a given industry. Suppose, for example, that under the old method of running the factory, a capital of £500 is employed every week, 2/5 being constant and 3/5 variable capital, i.e. £200 being laid out in means of production, and £300, say £1 per man, in labor power. With the introduction of machinery, the composition of the total capital is altered. We will assume that it consists now of 4/5 constant and 1/5 variable, which means that only £100 is now laid out in labor power. Consequently, 2/3 of the workers are dismissed. If now the business expands and the total capital employed grows to £1,500, the other conditions of production remaining the same, the number of workers employed will increase to 300, just as many as before the introduction of the machinery. If the capital employed grows some more, to £2,000, 400 men will be employed, or 1/3 more than under the old system. Their numbers have in fact increased by 100, but in relative terms, i.e. in proportion to the total capital advanced, they have diminished by 800. For the £2,000 of capital would, under the old method of running the enterprise, have employed 1,200 instead of 400 workers. Hence, a relative decrease in the number of workers employed is consistent with an actual increase in that number. We assumed above that while the total capital increased, its composition remained the same, because the conditions of production remained constant. But we have already seen that every advance in the use of machinery entails an increase in the constant component of capital, that part which consists of machinery, raw material, etc., and a decrease in its variable component, the part laid out in labor power. We also know that in no other system of production is improvement so continuous and the composition of the capital employed so subject to variation as in the factory system. This constant variation is, however, equally constantly interrupted by periods of rest, during which there is merely a quantitative extension of factories on the existing technical basis. During such periods, the number of workers employed increases. Thus, in 1835, the total number of workers in the cotton, woolen, worsted, flax, and silk factories of the United Kingdom was only 354,684, while in 1861 the number of power loom weavers alone, of both sexes and all ages from 8 years old upwards, was 230,654. Admittedly, this growth appears less significant when we consider that in 1838 the hand loom weavers with their families, employed by the weavers themselves, still numbered 800,000. Not to mention those thrown out of work in Asia and on the European continent. In the few marks I have still to make on this point, I shall refer in part to the relations of a purely practical nature, the existence of which has not yet been revealed by our theoretical presentation. As long as machine production expands in a given branch of industry at the expense of the old handicrafts or of manufacture, the result is as certain as is the result of an encounter between an army with breech-loading rifles and one with bows and arrows. The first period, during which machinery conquers its field of operations, is of decisive importance, owing to the extraordinary profits it helps to produce. These profits not only form a source of accelerated accumulation, they also attract into the favored sphere of production a large part of the additional social capital that is constantly being created and is always seeking out new areas of investment. The special advantages of this initial period of furious activity are felt in every branch of production when it is newly penetrated by machinery. However, as soon as the factory system has attained a reasonable space to exist in, and reached a definite degree of maturity, and in particular, as soon as the technical basis peculiar to it, machinery, is itself produced by machinery, as soon as coal mining and iron mining, the metallurgical industries, and the means of transport have been revolutionized, in short, as soon as the general conditions of production appropriate to large-scale industry have been established, this mode of production acquires an elasticity, a capacity for sudden extension by leaps and bounds, which comes up against no barriers but those presented by the availability of raw materials and the extent of sales outlets. On the one hand, the immediate effect of machinery is to increase the supply of raw material. Thus, for example, the invention of the cotton gin increased the production of cotton. On the other hand, the cheapness of the articles produced by machinery and the revolution in the means of transport and communication provide the weapons for the conquest of foreign markets. By ruining handicraft production of finished articles in other countries, machinery forcibly converts them into fields for the production of its raw material. Thus, India was compelled to produce cotton, wool, hemp, jute, and indigo for Great Britain. By constantly turning workers into supernumeraries, large-scale industry, in all countries where it has taken root, spurs on rapid increases in emigration and the colonization of foreign lands, which are thereby converted into settlements for growing the raw material of the mother country, just as Australia, for example, was converted into a colony for growing wool. A new and international division of labor springs up, one suited to the requirements of the main industrial countries, and it converts one part of the globe into a chiefly agricultural field of production for supplying the other part, which remains a preeminently industrial field. This revolution is linked with far-reaching changes in agriculture which we need not discuss any further at this point. On the motion of Mr. Gladstone, the House of Commons ordered on the 17th of February, 1867, that a return be made of the total quantity of grain, corn, and flour of all sorts imported into and exported from the United Kingdom between 1831 and 1866. I give on the opposite page a summary of the result. The flour is given in quarters of corn. The aforementioned graphic cannot be read for the recording. Please consult a physical or digital copy of the book for a visual aid. The factory system's tremendous capacity for expanding with sudden immense leaps and its dependence on the world market necessarily give rise to the following cycle: feverish production, a consequent glut on the market, then a contraction of the market, which causes production to be crippled. The life of industry becomes a series of periods of moderate activity, prosperity, overproduction, crisis, and stagnation. The uncertainty and instability to which machinery subjects the employment, and consequently the living conditions of the workers, becomes a normal state of affairs, owing to these periodic turns of the industrial cycle. Except in the periods of prosperity, a most furious combat rages between the capitalists for their individual share in the market. This share is directly proportional to the cheapness of the product. Apart from the rivalry, this struggle gives rise to in the use of improved machinery for replacing labor power, and the introduction of new methods of production, there also comes a time in every industrial cycle when a forcible reduction of wages beneath the value of labor power is attempted so as to cheapen commodities. A necessary condition for the growth of the number of factory workers is thus proportionally much more rapid growth in the amount of capital invested in factories. But this process of growth takes place only within the ebbs and flows of the industrial cycle. It is, in addition, constantly interrupted by the technical progress that at one time virtually takes the place of additional workers and at another time actually drives workers out of employment. This qualitative change in machine production continually removes workers from the factories or closes their doors to the fresh stream of recruits, while the purely quantitative extension of the factories absorbs not only the men thrown out of work but also the fresh contingents of workers. The latter are thus continually repelled and attracted, slung backwards and forwards, while, at the same time, constant changes take place in the sex, age, and skill of the industrial conscripts. The fate of the factory workers will best be depicted if we make a rapid survey of developments in the English cotton industry. From 1770 until 1815, the cotton trade underwent only 5 years of depression and stagnation. During this period of 45 years, the English manufacturers had a monopoly of machinery and a monopoly of the world market. From 1815 to 1821, depression; 1822 and 1823, prosperity; 1824, repeal of the combination laws, great extension of factories everywhere; 1825, crisis; 1826, great misery and riots among the factory workers; 1827, slight improvement; 1828, great increase in power looms and in exports; 1829, exports, especially to India, surpass all former years; 1830, glutted markets, great distress; 1831 to 1833, continued depression, the monopoly of the trade with India and China withdrawn from the East India Company; 1834, great increase of factories and machinery, shortage of hands. The new Poor Law furthers the migration of agricultural laborers into the factory districts. The country districts swept clear of children. White slave trade. 1835, great prosperity, simultaneous starvation of the handloom weavers. 1836, great prosperity. 1837 and 1838, depression and crisis. 1839, revival. 1840, great depression, riots, the military called out to intervene. 1841 and 1842, frightful suffering among the factory workers. 1842, the manufacturers lock their hands out of the factories in order to enforce the repeal of the Corn Laws. Workers stream in their thousands into the towns of Lancashire and Yorkshire, and are driven back by the military and their leaders brought to trial at Lancaster. 1842, great misery. 1844, revival. 1845, great prosperity. 1846, continued prosperity at first, then reaction, repeal of the Corn Laws. 1847, crisis, general reduction of wages by 10 and more % in honor of the big loaf. 1848, continued depression, Manchester under military protection. 1849, revival. 1850, prosperity. 1851, falling prices, low wages, frequent strikes. 1852, the situation begins to improve, strikes continue, the manufacturers threaten to import workers from abroad. 1853, increasing exports, strike for 3 months and great misery at Preston. 1854, prosperity, glutted markets. 1855, news of bankruptcies stream in from the United States, Canada, and the markets of the Far East. 1856, great prosperity. 1857, crisis. 1858, improvement. 1859, great prosperity, increase in factories. 1860, zenith of the English cotton trade, the Indian, Australian, and other markets so glutted with goods that even in 1863 they had not absorbed the whole lot. The French Treaty of Commerce, enormous growth of factories and machinery. 1861, prosperity continues for a time, reaction, the American Civil War, cotton famine. 1862 to 1863, complete collapse. The history of the cotton famine is too typical for us not to dwell on it for a moment. From indications as to conditions in the world market in 1860 and 61, we see that the cotton famine came in the nick of time for the manufacturers and was, to some extent, advantageous to them, a fact acknowledged in the reports of the Manchester Chamber of Commerce, proclaimed in Parliament by Palmerston and Derby and confirmed by events. Of course, among the 2,887 cotton mills in the United Kingdom in 1861, there were many small ones. According to the report of the factory inspector, Mr. A. Redgrave, 392 out of the 2,109 mills included in his district, or 19%, employed less than 10 horsepower each. 345, or 16%, employed between 10 and 20 horsepower, while 1,372 employed upwards of 20 horsepower. The majority of the small mills were weaving sheds built during the period of prosperity after 1858, for the most part by speculators, of whom one supplied the yarn, another the machinery, a third the buildings, and they were run by men who had been overseers or by other persons of small means. These small manufacturers mostly went to the wall. The same fate would have overtaken them in the commercial crisis, which was staved off only by the cotton famine. Although they formed 1/3 of the total number of manufacturers, their mills absorbed much less than 1/3 of the capital invested in the cotton trade. As to the extent of the stoppage, it appears from authentic estimates that in October of 1862, 60.3% of the spindles and 58% of the looms were at a standstill. This refers to the cotton trade as a whole, and of course requires considerable modification for individual districts. Very few mills worked full-time, 60 hours a week. All the others worked at intervals. Even in those few cases where full-time was worked, and at the customary piece rate, the weekly wages of the workers necessarily shrank because good cotton was replaced by bad, Sea Island by Egyptian and fine spinning mills, American and Egyptian by Surat, Indian, and pure cotton by a mixture of waste and Surat. The shorter fiber of the Surat cotton and its dirty condition, the greater fragility of the thread, the substitution of all sorts of heavy ingredients for flour in sizing the warps, all these things lessened the speed of the machinery, or the number of looms that could be superintended by one weaver, increased the amount of labor necessitated by defects in the machinery, and reduced the piece wage by reducing the amount of the product actually leaving the mill. Where Surat cotton was used, the loss to the workers when on full time amounted to 20%, 30%, or more. But on top of this, the majority of the manufacturers reduced the piece rate by 5, 7.5, and 10%. We can therefore grasp the situation of these workers employed for only 3, 3.5, or 4 days a week, or for only 6 hours a day. Even in 1863, after a comparative improvement had set in, the weekly wages of spinners and weavers were 3 shillings 4 pence, 3 shillings 10 pence, 4 shillings 6 pence, and 5 shillings 1 pence. Even in this miserable state of affairs, however, the inventive spirit of the manufacturer did not stand still, but was exercised in making deductions from wages. These were to some extent inflicted as a penalty for defects in the finished article that were really due to his own bad cotton and his unsuitable machinery. Moreover, where the manufacturer owned the workers' cottages, he paid himself his rents by deducting the amount from these miserable wages. Mr. Redgrave tells us of self-acting minders, i.e., workers in charge of a pair of self-acting mules, quote, earning at the end of a fortnight's full work 8 shillings 11 pence, and from this sum was deducted the rent of the house, the manufacturer, however, returning half the rent as a gift. The minders took away the sum of 6 shillings 11 pence. In many places, the self-acting minders ranged from 5 shillings to 9 shillings per week, and the weavers from 2 shillings to 6 shillings per week, during the latter part of 1862. End quote. Even when short time was being worked, the rent was frequently deducted from the workers' wages. No wonder that in some parts of Lancashire a kind of famine fever broke out. But more characteristic than all this was the revolution that took place in the production process at the expense of the workers. Experimenta in corpore vili, experiments on a worthless body, like those of anatomists on frogs, were actually being made here. Although, says Mr. Redgrave, I have given the actual earnings of the operatives in the several mills, it does not follow that they earn the same amount week by week. The operatives are subject to great fluctuations from the constant experimentalizing of the manufacturers. The earnings of the operatives rise and fall with the quality of the cotton mixings. Sometimes they have been within 15% of former earnings, and then, in a week or two, they have fallen off from 50 to 60%. These experiments were not made just at the expense of the worker's means of subsistence. His 5 senses also had to pay the penalty. Quote, the people who are employed in making up Surat cotton complain very much. They inform me, on opening the bales of cotton there is an intolerable smell, which causes sickness. In the mixing, scribbling, and carding rooms, the dust and dirt which are disengaged irritate the air passages and give rise to cough and difficulty of breathing. A disease of the skin, no doubt from the irritation of the dirt contained in the Surat cotton, also prevails. The fiber being so short, a great amount of size, both animal and vegetable, is used. Bronchitis is more prevalent owing to the dust. Inflammatory sore throat is common from the same cause. Sickness and dyspepsia are produced by the frequent breaking of the weft, when the weaver sucks the weft through the eye of the shuttle. End quote. On the other hand, these flour substitutes were a fortunatus purse to the manufacturers because they increased the weight of the yarn. They caused 15 pounds of raw material to weigh 26 pounds after it was woven. In the Reports of the Inspectors of Factories, for the half year ending 30th of April 1864, we read the following, quote, The trade is availing itself of this resource at present to an extent which is even discreditable. I have heard on good authority of a cloth weighing 8 pounds, which was made of 5 1/4 pound cotton and 2 3/4 pound size, and of another cloth weighing 5 1/4 pound, of which 2 pound was size. These were ordinary export shirtings. In cloth of other descriptions, as much as 50% size is sometimes added, so that a manufacturer may and does truly boast that he is getting rich by selling cloth for less money per pound than he paid for the mere yarn of which they are composed." End quote. But the workers did not just have to suffer from the experiments of the manufacturers inside the mills, and of the municipalities outside, from reduced wages and absence of work, from want and from charity, and from the eulogies uttered in the Lords and the Commons. Quote, "Unfortunate females, in consequence of the cotton famine, were at its commencement thrown out of employment, and have thereby become outcasts of society, and now, though trade is revived and the work is plentiful, continue members of that unfortunate class, and are likely to continue so. There are also in the borough more youthful prostitutes than I have known for the last 25 years." End quote. We find, then, in the first 45 years of the English cotton industry from 1770 to 1815, only 5 years of crisis and stagnation, but this was the period of monopoly. The second period, from 1815 to 1863, counts, during its 48 years, only 20 years of revival and prosperity against 28 of depression and stagnation. Between 1815 and 1830, competition within the continent of Europe and with the United States sets in. After 1833, the extension of the Asiatic markets is enforced by destruction of the human race. After the repeal of the Corn Laws from 1846 to 1863, there are 8 years of moderate activity and prosperity against 9 years of depression and stagnation. The situation of the adult male workers, even during the years of prosperity, may be judged from the appended note. Section 8. The revolutionary impact of large-scale industry on manufacture, handicrafts, and domestic industry. Subsection A. Overthrow of cooperation based on handicrafts and on the division of labor. We have seen how machinery does away with cooperation based on handicrafts, and with manufacture based on the handicraft division of labor. An example of the first sort is the reaping machine. It replaces cooperation between reapers. A striking example of the second kind is the needle-making machine. According to Adam Smith, 10 men in his time, using the system of division of labor, made 48,000 sewing needles every day. A single needle-making machine, however, makes 145,000 needles in a working day of 11 hours. One woman or one girl superintends 4 such machines, and so produces nearly 600,000 needles in a day, and over 3 million in a week. A single machine, when it takes the place of cooperation or of manufacture, may itself serve as the basis of an industry of a handicraft character. But this reproduction of the handicraft system on the basis of machinery only forms a transition to the factory system, which, as a rule, makes its appearance as soon as human muscles are replaced, for the purpose of driving the machines, by a mechanical motive power such as steam or water. Here and there, but in any case only for a time, an industry may be carried on a small scale by means of mechanical power. This is effected by hiring steam power, as is done in some of the Birmingham trades, or by the use of small caloric engines, as in some branches of weaving. In the Coventry ribbon industry, the experiment of cottage factories was a quite natural and spontaneous development. In the center of a square surrounded by rows of cottages, an engine house was built, and the engine was connected by shafts with the looms in the cottages. In all cases, the power was hired out at so much per loom. The rent was payable weekly, whether the looms were working or not. Each cottage held from 2 to 6 looms. Some belonged to the weaver, some were bought on credit, some were hired. The struggle between these cottage factories and the factory proper lasted over 12 years. It ended with the complete ruin of the 300 cottage factories. Whenever the nature of the process has not necessitated production on a large scale, the new industries that have sprung up in the last few decades, such as envelope making, steel pen making, etc., have, as a general rule, first passed through the handicraft stage, and then the manufacturing stage, as short phases of transition to the factory stage. The transition is very difficult in those cases where the production of the article by manufacture consists not of a series of graduated processes, but of a number of disconnected ones. This circumstance formed a great hindrance to the establishment of the steel pen factories. Nevertheless, about 15 years ago, a machine was invented that automatically performed 6 separate operations at once. The first steel pens were supplied by the handicraft system in the year 1820 at £7 4 shillings the gross. In 1830, they were supplied by manufacture at 8 shillings, and today the factory system supplies them at a wholesale price from 2 pence to 6 pence, the gross. Subsection B. The impact of the factory system on manufacture and domestic industries. With the development of the factory system and the revolution in agriculture that accompanies it, production in all the other branches of industry not only expands but also alters its character. The principle of machine production, namely the division of the production process into its constituent phases and the solution of the problems arising from this by the application of mechanics, chemistry, and the whole range of the natural sciences, now plays the determining role everywhere. Hence, machinery penetrates into manufacture for one specialized process after another. The solid crystallization of a hierarchy of specialized processes, which arose from the old division of labor, ceases to exist. It is dissolved and makes way for constant changes. Quite apart from this, a fundamental transformation takes place in the composition of the collective laborer, or, in other words, the combined working personnel. In contrast with the period of manufacture, the division of labor is now based, wherever possible, on the employment of women, of children of all ages, and of unskilled workers, in short, of cheap labor, as the Englishman typically describes it. This is true not only for all large-scale production, whether machinery is employed or not, but also for the so-called domestic industries, whether carried on in the private dwellings of the workers or in small workshops. This modern domestic industry has nothing except the name in common with the old-fashioned domestic industry, the existence of which presupposes independent urban handicrafts, independent peasant farming, and, above all, a dwelling house for the worker and his family. That kind of industry has now been converted into an external department of the factory, the manufacturing workshop, or the warehouse. Besides the factory worker, the workers engaged in manufacture and the handicraftsman, whom it concentrates in large masses at one spot and directly commands, capital also sets another army in motion, by means of invisible threads, the outworkers in the domestic industries, who live in the large towns as well as being scattered over the countryside. An example, the shirt factory of Messrs. Tilley at Londonderry, which employs 1,000 workers in the factory itself and 9,000 outworkers spread over the country districts. The exploitation of cheap and immature labor power is carried out in a more shameless manner in modern manufacture than in the factory proper. This is because the technical foundations of the factory system, namely the substitution of machines for muscular power and the light character of the labor, is almost entirely absent in manufacture, and at the same time women and excessively young children are subjected quite unscrupulously to the influence of poisonous substances. In the so-called domestic industries, this exploitation is still more shameless than in modern manufacture, because the workers' power of resistance declines with their dispersal, because a whole series of plundering parasites insinuate themselves between the actual employer and the worker he employs, because a domestic industry has always to compete either with a factory system or with manufacturing in the same branch of production, because poverty robs the worker of the conditions most essential to his labor, of space, light, and ventilation, because employment becomes more and more irregular, and finally, because in these last places of refuge for the masses made redundant by large-scale industry and agriculture, competition for work necessarily attains its maximum. Economical use of the means of production, first systematically carried out in the factory system and coinciding there from the very beginning with the most reckless squandering of labor power and the theft of the normal requirements for the labor function, now, in a given branch of industry, turns uppermost its antagonistic and murderous side, and the less the social productivity of labor and the technical basis for the combination of labor process are developed in that branch, the more does the murderous side of this economy emerge. Subsection C. Modern manufacture. I shall now illustrate the principles laid down above with a few examples. As a matter of fact, the reader is already familiar with the whole mass of instances given in the chapter on the working day. In the hardware manufactures of Birmingham and the neighborhood, there are employed, mostly in very heavy work, 30,000 children and young persons, besides 10,000 women. They are to be found in a range of unhealthy jobs, in brass foundries, button factories, and enameling, galvanizing, and lacquering works. Owing to the excessive labor performed by their workers, both adult and non-adult, certain London firms where newspapers and books are printed have gained for themselves the honorable name of slaughterhouses. Similar excesses occur in bookbinding, where the victims are chiefly women, girls, and children. Young persons have to do the heavy work in rope works and night work in salt mines, candle factories, and chemical works. Young people are worked to death at turning the looms and silk weaving when it is not carried on by machinery. One of the most shameful, dirtiest, and worst paid jobs, a kind of labor on which women and young girls are by preference employed, is the sorting of rags. It is well known that Great Britain, apart from its own immense store of rags, is the emporium for the rag trade of the whole world. The rags flow in from Japan, from the most remote countries of South America, and from the Canary Islands. But the chief sources of supply are Germany, France, Russia, Italy, Egypt, Turkey, Belgium, and Holland. They are used for manure, for making bed flocks, for shoddy, and they serve as the raw material of paper. The rag shorters are carriers for the spread of smallpox and other infectious diseases, and they themselves are the first victims. A classic example of overwork, of hard and unsuitable labor, and of its brutalizing effects on the worker from his childhood upwards is afforded not only by coal mining and mining in general, but also by tile and brick making, in which industry the recently invented machinery is, in England, used only here and there. Between May and September, the work lasts from 5 in the morning till 8 in the evening, and where the drying is done in the open air, it often lasts from 4 in the morning until 9 in the evening. Work from 5 in the morning till 7 in the evening is considered reduced and moderate. Boys and girls of 6 and even 4 years of age are employed. They work for the same number of hours as the adults, often longer. The work is hard, and the summer heat increases the exhaustion. In a brickfield at Moxley, for example, a young woman of 24 years old was in the habit of making 2,000 bricks a day, with the assistance of 2 little girls who carried the clay for her and stacked the bricks. Every day, these girls carried 10 tons up the slippery sides of the clay pits, from a depth of 30 feet, and then for a distance of 210 feet. Quote, "It is almost impossible, as things are for a child to pass through the ordeal of a brickfield without great moral degradation. The low language which they are accustomed to hear from their tenderest years, the filthy, indecent, and shameless habits amidst which, unknowing and half wild, they grow up, make them in afterlife lawless, abandoned, dissolute. A frightful source of demoralization is the mode of living. Each molder, who is always a skilled laborer and chief of a group, supplies his 7 subordinates with board and lodging in his cottage. Whether members of his family or not, the men, boys, and girls all sleep in the cottage, which contains generally 2, exceptionally 3 rooms, all on the ground floor and badly ventilated. These people are so exhausted after the day's hard work that neither the rules of health, of cleanliness, nor of decency are in the least observed. Many of these cottages are models of untidiness, dirt, and dust. The greatest evils of the system that employs young girls on this sort of work consists in this, that as a rule it chains them fast from childhood for the whole of their afterlife to the most abandoned rabble. They become rough, foul-mouthed boys before nature has taught them that they are women. Clothed in a few dirty rags, the legs naked far above the knees, hair and face besmeared with dirt, they learn to treat all feelings of decency and shame with contempt. During meal times they lie at full length in the fields, or watch the boys bathing in a neighboring canal. Their heavy day's work at length completed, they put on better clothes and accompany the men to the public houses." End quote. That excessive drunkenness is prevalent from childhood upwards among the whole of this class is only natural. Quote, "The worst is that the brickmakers despair of themselves. You might as well, said one of the better kind to a chaplain of the Southall Fields, try to raise and improve the devil as a brickie, sir." End quote. There is a rich collection of official material to be found in the 4th and 6th Public Health Reports, 1862 and 64, on the way in which capital economizes on the requirements for labor in modern manufacture, in which I include all workshops on a large scale except factories proper. The descriptions of the workshops, more especially those of the London printers and tailors, surpass the most loathsome fantasies of the novelists. The effect on the health of the workers is self-evident. Dr. Simon, the chief medical officer of the Privy Council and the official editor of the Public Health Reports, says, among other things, quote, "In my 4th report from 1861, I showed how it is practically impossible for the workpeople to insist upon that which is their first sanitary right, i.e. the right that, no matter what the work for which their employer brings them together, the labor, so far as it depends upon him, should be freed from all avoidably unwholesome conditions. I pointed out that while the workpeople are practically incapable of doing themselves this sanitary justice, they are unable to obtain any effective support from the paid administrations of sanitary policy. The life of myriads of workmen and workwomen is now uselessly tortured and shortened by the never-ending physical suffering that their mere occupation begets." End quote. In illustration of the way in which workrooms influence the state of health, Dr. Simon gives the following table of mortality. The aforementioned graphic cannot be read aloud for the recording. Please consult a physical or digital copy of this book for visual aid. Subsection D. Modern domestic industry. I now come to so-called domestic industry, In order to get an idea of the horrors of this sphere in which capital conducts its exploitation against the background of large-scale industry, one might well look, for instance, at the apparently idyllic trade of nail-making, carried on in a few remote villages of England. Here, however, it will be enough to give a few examples from industries, some of whose branches are either not yet carried on with the aid of machinery, or do not as yet compete against machine and factory products: lace-making and straw-plaiting. Of the 150,000 persons employed in England in the production of lace, about 10,000 fall within the sphere of this Factory Act of 1861. Almost the whole of the remaining 140,000 are women, young persons, and children of both sexes, although the male sex is only weakly represented here. The state of health of this cheap material for exploitation can be seen from the following table, worked out by Dr. Truman, physician to the Nottingham General Dispensary. Out of the 686 female patients who were lace makers, most of them between the ages of 17 and 24, the proportion of consumptives was 1852, 1 in 45, 53, 1 in 28, 54, 1 in 17, 55, 1 in 18, 56, 1 in 15, 57, 1 in 13, 58, 1 in 15, 59, 1 in 9, 60, 1 in 8, 61, 1 in 8. This advance in the rate of consumption ought to suffice for the most optimistic advocate of progress, or for the most mendacious free trade bagman in Germany. The Factory Act of 1861 regulates the actual making of the lace, insofar as it is done by machinery, and it is done by machinery as a rule in England. The branches we are about to examine, solely with regard to those who work at home, and are not concentrated in workshops or warehouses, fall into two categories, namely 1, finishing, and 2, mending. The former gives the finishing touches to the machine-made lace and includes numerous subdivisions. The lace finishing is done either in what are called mistresses' houses or by the women in their own houses, with or without the help of their children. The women who keep the mistresses' houses are themselves poor. The workroom is in a private house. The mistresses take orders from manufacturers or from warehousemen and employ as many women, girls, and young children as the size of their rooms and the fluctuating demand of the business will allow. The number of women employed in these workrooms varies from 20 to 40 in some, and from 10 to 20 in others. The average age at which the children start work is 6 years, but in many cases it is below 5. The usual working hours are from 8 in the morning until 8 in the evening, with 1.5 hours for meals, which are taken at irregular intervals and often in the stinking workrooms. When business is brisk, the labor frequently lasts from 8 or even 6 o'clock in the morning until 10, 11, or 12 o'clock at night. In English barracks, the regulation space allotted to each soldier is 500 to 600 cubic feet, and in the military hospitals 1,200 cubic feet. But in those finishing sties, there are between 67 and 100 cubic feet for each person. At the same time, the oxygen of the air is consumed by gas lights. In order to keep the lace clean, the children are often compelled to pull off their shoes, even in winter, although the floor is tiled or flagged. Quote, "It is not at all uncommon in Nottingham to find 14 to 20 children huddled together in a small room of perhaps not more than 12 square feet, and employed for 15 hours out of the 24, at work that of itself is exhausting from its weariness and monotony, and is besides carried on under every possible unwholesome condition. Even the very youngest children work with a strained attention and a rapidity that is astonishing, hardly ever giving their fingers rest or slowing their motion. If a question is asked them, they never raise their eyes from their work for fear of losing a single moment." End quote. The long cane is increasingly used as a stimulant by the mistresses as the working hours drag towards their close. Quote, "The children gradually tire and become as restless as birds towards the end of their long detention at an occupation that is monotonous, eye-straining, and exhausting from the uniformity in their posture of their body. Their work is like slavery." End quote. When women and their children work at home, which nowadays means in a hired room, often in a garret, their situation is, if that is possible, still worse. This sort of work is given out within a radius of 80 miles from Nottingham. On leaving the warehouse at 9 or 10 o'clock at night, the children are often given a bundle of lace to take home with them and finish. The Pharisee of a capitalist, represented by one of his paid lackeys, accompanies this action, of course, with the unctuous phrase, "That's for mother." Yet he knows very well that the poor children must sit up and help. Pillow lace making is chiefly carried on in England in two agricultural districts. One, the Honiton Lace District, extending from 20 to 30 miles along the south coast of Devonshire, and including a few places in North Devon, the other comprising a great part of the counties of Buckingham, Bedford, and Northampton, and also the adjoining portions of Oxfordshire and Huntingdonshire. The cottages of the agricultural laborers are the places where the work is usually carried on. Many manufacturers employ upwards of 3,000 of these lace makers, who are chiefly children and young persons and always female. The conditions we have just described for the lace finishing trade also prevail here, except that instead of mistresses' houses, we find what are called lace schools, kept by poor women in their cottages. From their 5th year and often earlier, until their 12th or 15th year, the children work in these schools. During the first year, the very young ones work from 4 to 8 hours, and later on, from 6 in the morning till 8 and 10 o'clock at night. Quote, "These rooms are generally the living rooms of small cottages, with the fireplace stopped up to prevent draught, and sometimes even in winter the animal heat of the inmates being thought sufficient. In other cases, they are small pantry-like rooms without any fireplaces. The crowding in these rooms and the foulness of air produced by it are sometimes extreme. Added to this is the injurious effect of drains, privies, decomposing substances, and other filth usual in the purlieus of smaller cottages. With regard to space, in one lace school, 18 girls and a mistress, 33 cubic feet to each person; in another, where the smell was unbearable, 18 persons and 24.5 cubic feet per head. In this industry are to be found employed children of 2 and 2.5 years." End quote. Where lace-making ends in the counties of Buckingham and Bedford, straw plaiting begins, and extends over a large part of Hertfordshire and the westerly and northerly parts of Essex. In 1861, there were 40,043 persons employed in straw plaiting and straw hat making. Of these, 3,815 were males of all ages, the rest females, of whom 14,913, including about 7,000 children, were under 20 years of age. In the place of the lace schools, we find here the straw plait schools. The children generally start to be instructed in straw plaiting at the age of 4, often between 3 and 4 years. They get no education, of course. The children themselves call the elementary schools natural schools, distinguishing them in this way from these blood-sucking institutions in which they are kept at work simply to get through the task, generally 30 yards a day, which is prescribed by their half-starved mothers. The same mothers often make them work at home, after school is over, till 10, 11, and 12 o'clock at night. The straw cuts their mouths, with which they constantly moisten it, and their fingers. Dr. Ballard gives it as the general opinion of the whole body of medical officers in London that 300 cubic feet is the minimum space proper for each person in a bedroom or workroom. But in the straw plait schools, space is more sparingly allotted than in the lace schools. Quote, 12 and 2/3, 17, 18 and 1/2, and below 22 cubic feet for each person. End quote. The smaller of these numbers, says one of the commissioners, Mr. White, represents less space than the half of what a child would occupy if packed in a box measuring 3 feet in each direction. Thus do children enjoy life till the age of 12 or 14. The wretched half-starved parents think of nothing but getting as much as possible out of their children. The latter, as soon as they are grown up, do not care a farthing, and naturally so, for their parents and leave them. Quote, "It is no wonder that ignorance and vice abound in a population so brought up. Their morality is at the lowest ebb. A great number of the women have illegitimate children, and that at such an immature age that even those most conversant with criminal statistics are astounded." End quote. And the native land of these model families is itself the model Christian country in Europe. At least this is what Count Montalembert says, and he is certainly a competent authority on Christianity. Wages in the above industries, miserable as they are, the maximum wages of a child in the straw plait schools rising in rare cases to 3 shillings, are reduced far below the normal amount by the prevalence of the truck system everywhere, but especially in the lace districts. Subsection E. Transition from modern manufacture and domestic industry to large-scale industry. The hastening of this revolution by the application of the Factory Acts to those industries. The cheapening of labor power by sheer abuse of the labor of women and children, by sheer robbery of every normal condition needed for working and living, and by the sheer brutality of overwork and night work, finally comes up against certain insuperable natural obstacles. This is also true of the cheapening of commodities and of capitalist exploitation in general, which rest on these foundations. When this point has at last been reached, and this takes many years, the hour has struck for the introduction of machinery, and for a thenceforth rapid transformation of the scattered domestic industries, as well as the manufactures, into factory industries. An example of this process, on the most colossal scale, is afforded by the production of wearing apparel. This industry, according to the classification of the Children's Employment Commission, comprises straw hat makers, ladies' hat makers, cap makers, tailors, milliners and dressmakers, shirt makers, corset makers, glove makers, shoemakers, besides many minor branches, such as the making of neckties, collars, etc. In 1861, the number of females employed in these industries in England and Wales amounted to 586,299, of whom 115,242 at least were under 20, and 16,650 under 15 years of age. The number of these working women in the United Kingdom in 1861 was 750,334. The number of males employed in England and Wales in hat-making, shoemaking, glove-making, and tailoring was 437,969. Of these, 14,964 were under 15 years, 89,285 between 15 and 20, and 333,117 over 20 years. Many of the smaller branches are not included in these figures, but take the figures as they stand. We then have for England and Wales alone, according to the census of 1861, a total of 1,024,277 persons, about as many as are taken up by agriculture and cattle breeding. We begin to understand the purpose for which machinery conjures up such immense quantities of goods, and sets free such enormous masses of workers. The production of wearing apparel is carried on partly in manufacturing workshops, within which there is merely a reproduction of the division of labor whose membra disjecta were already to hand, partly by small master craftsmen who do not, however, work as before for individual consumers, but for factories and warehouses, and to such an extent that often whole towns and stretches of country carry on certain branches, such as shoemaking, as a specialty. Finally, on a very large scale, by the so-called domestic workers who form an external department of the factories and warehouses, and even of the workshops of the smaller masters. The raw material for this labor, either in its raw shape or already semi-fabricated, is supplied by large-scale industry, and the mass of cheap human material consists of the individuals set free by large-scale industry and agriculture. The manufacture of this sphere owed their origin chiefly to the capitalist need to have at hand an army equipped to respond to any increase in demand. These manufactures, nevertheless, allowed the scattered handicrafts and domestic industries to continue to exist as a broad foundation. The great production of surplus value in these branches of labor, and the progressive cheapening of their articles, were and are chiefly due to the minimum of wages paid, which just sufficed for a miserable vegetable existence, and to the extension of the hours of labor to the maximum endurable by the human organism. It was in fact the cheapness of the human sweat and the human blood, which were converted into commodities, which permitted the constant extension of the market. This was especially true of England's colonial market, where, besides, English tastes and habits prevail. At last the critical point was reached. The basis of the old method, sheer brutality in the exploitation of the workers, accompanied by a more or less systematic division of labor, no longer sufficed for the extending markets and for the still more rapidly extending competition of the capitalists. The hour of the machine had struck. The decisive revolutionary machine, the machine which attacks in an equal degree all the innumerable branches of this sphere of production, such as dressmaking, tailoring, shoemaking, sewing, hat-making, and so on, is the sewing machine. Its immediate effect on the workers is like that of all machinery, which, during the epoch of large-scale industry, has seized on new branches of trade. Children who are too young are removed. The wage of those who work with machines rises compared with that of the domestic workers, many of whom belong among the poorest of the poor. The wage of the better situated handicraftsmen sinks, however, since the machine is in competition with them. The new machine minders are exclusively girls and young women. With the help of mechanical force, they destroy the monopoly that male labor had of the heavier work, and they drive off from the lighter work numbers of old women and very young children. The overpowering competition crushes the weakest manual workers. The fearful increase in death from starvation during the last 10 years in London runs parallel with the extension of machine sewing. The new female workers turn the machines by hand and foot, or by hand alone, sometimes sitting, sometimes standing, according to the weight, size, and special make of the machine, and expend a great deal of labor power. Their occupation is unwholesome, owing to the long hours, although in most cases these are not so long as under the old system. Wherever the sewing machine is located in narrow and already overcrowded workrooms, it adds to the unwholesome influences. The effect, says Mr. Lord, of entering a low-pitched room where 30 to 40 machinists are working under such conditions is almost overpowering. The heat, partly owing to gas stoves for heating irons, was dreadful. Even when moderate hours of work, i.e. from 8 in the morning till 6 in the evening, prevail in such places, yet 3 or 4 persons fall into a swoon regularly every day. The revolution in the social mode of production, which is the necessary product of the revolution in the means of production, is accomplished through a variegated medley of transitional forms. These forms vary according to the extent to which the sewing machine has become prevalent in one branch of industry or the other, the time during which it has been in operation, the previous condition of the workers, the degree to which manufacture, handicrafts, or domestic industry preponderates, the level of rent in the workrooms, and so on. In dressmaking, for instance, where the labor for the most part was already organized, chiefly by simple cooperation, the sewing machine at first formed nothing but a fresh element in the already existing system of manufacture. In tailoring, shirt-making, shoemaking, etc., all the forms are intermingled. Here we see the factory system proper. We see middlemen receiving raw material from the capitalist en chef and setting to work at sewing machines. In chambers and garrets, groups from 10 to 50 or more female workers. Finally, as is the case with machinery when not organized into a system, and when it can also be used on a very small scale, handicraftsmen and domestic workers, along with their families or with a little extra labor from outside, make use of their own sewing machines. The system actually prevalent in England is this. The capitalist concentrates a large number of machines on his premises, and then distributes the product of those machines amongst the domestic workers to work it up into its finished form. The variety of these transitional forms does not, however, conceal the tendency operating to transform them into the factory system proper. This tendency is nurtured by the very nature of the sewing machine, the manifold uses of which tend to compel the concentration, under one roof and one management, of previously separated branches of a trade. It is also favored by the circumstance that preparatory needlework and certain other operations are most conveniently done on the premises where the machine is at work, as well as by the inevitable expropriation of the hand sewers and the domestic workers who work with their own machines. This fate has already in part overtaken them. The constantly increasing amount of capital invested in sewing machines spurs on the production of machine-made articles and gluts the market with them, thereby signaling to the domestic workers that they must sell their machines. The overproduction of sewing machines themselves causes their producers, who need to sell at all costs, to let them out for so much a week, thus crushing the small sewing machine owners by their deadly competition. Constant changes in the construction of the machines and their ever-increasing cheapness cause the older makes to depreciate daily and compel their sale in great numbers at absurd prices to large capitalists who are now the only people who can employ them at a profit. Finally, the substitution of the steam engine for man strikes the final blow in this, as in all similar process of transformation. Initially, the use of steam power meets with certain technical difficulties, such as the unsteadiness in the machines, difficulty in controlling their speed, rapid wear and tear of the lighter machines, etc., but these are all soon overcome by experience. If, on the one hand, the concentration of many machines in large factories leads to the use of steam power, on the other hand, the competition of steam with human muscles hastens the concentration of workers and machines in large factories. Thus, England is at present experiencing, not only in the colossal industry of making wearing apparel, but also in most of the other trades mentioned above, the conversion of manufacture, handicraft, and domestic work into the factory system, after each of these forms of production, totally changed and disorganized under the influence of large-scale industry, has long ago reproduced and even overdone all the horrors of the factory system, without reproducing any of the positive aspects of its development. The Industrial Revolution, which advances naturally and spontaneously, is also helped on artificially by the extension of the Factory Acts to all industries in which women, young persons, and children are employed. The compulsory regulation of the working day, as regards its length, pauses, beginning and end, the introduction of the relay system for children, the exclusion from the factory of all children under a certain age, etc., necessitate, on the one hand, more machinery and the substitution of steam as a motive power in the place of muscles. On the other hand, in order to make up for the loss of time, an expansion occurs of the means of production used in common, of the furnaces, buildings, etc. In one word, a greater concentration of the means of production and a corresponding increase in the number of workers conglomerated in one place. The chief objection, raised repeatedly and passionately on behalf of each manufacturer threatened with the Factory Act, is in fact this, that in order to continue the business on the old scale, a greater outlay of capital will be necessary. But as regards labor in the so-called domestic industries and the intermediate forms between them and manufacture, as soon as limits are set to the working day and to the employment of children, these industries go to the wall. Unlimited exploitation of cheap labor power is the sole foundation of their ability to compete. One of the essential conditions for the existence of the factory system, especially when the length of the working day is fixed, is certainty in the result, i.e., the production in a given time of a given quantity of commodities, or of a given useful effect. The statutory pauses in the working day, moreover, imply the assumption that periodic and sudden cessations in the work do no harm to the article undergoing the process of production. This certainty in the result, and this possibility of interrupting the work, are of course more easily attained in the purely mechanical industries than in those in which chemical and physical processes play a part, as for instance in the earthenware trade, in bleaching, dyeing, baking, and in the most of the metallurgical industries. Wherever there is a working day whose length is not restricted, wherever there is night work and unrestricted waste of human life, there the slightest obstacle presented by the nature of the work to a change for the better is soon looked on as an eternal natural barrier inherent in production. No poison kills vermin with more certainty than the Factory Act removes such natural barriers. No one made a greater outcry over impossibilities than the gentlemen who are involved in manufacture of earthenware. In 1864, however, they were brought under the Act, and within 16 months every impossibility had vanished. The improved method, called forth by the Act, of making slip by pressure instead of by evaporation, the newly constructed stoves for drying the ware in its green state, etc., are each events of great importance in the pottery art, and mark an advance which the preceding century could not rival. It has even considerably reduced the temperature of the stoves themselves with a considerable saving of fuel, and with a readier effect on the ware. In spite of every prophecy, the cost price of earthenware did not rise, but the quantity produced did, and to such an extent that the export for the 12 months ending in December of 1865 exceeded in value by 138,628 pounds the average of the preceding 3 years. In the manufacture of matches, it was thought to be an indispensable requirement that boys, even while bolting their dinner, should go on dipping the matches in melted phosphorus, whose poisonous vapor rose to their faces. The Factory Act made the saving of time a necessity, and so forced into existence a dipping machine whose vapor could not come into contact with the workers. Similarly, at the present time, in those branches of lace manufacture not yet subject to the Factory Act, it is maintained that meal times cannot be regular owing to the different periods required by the various kinds of lace for drying, periods which vary from 3 minutes to up to an hour and more. To this, the Children's Employment Commissioners answer, quote, "The circumstances of this case are precisely analogous to that of the paper stainers dealt with in our first report. Some of the principal manufacturers in trade urged that, in consequence of the nature of the materials used and their various processes, they would be unable, without serious loss, to stop for meal times at any given moment. But it was seen from the evidence that, by due care and previous arrangement, the apprehended difficulty could be got over, and accordingly, by Clause 6 of Section 6 of the Factory Acts Extension Act passed during the session of Parliament, an interval of 18 months is given to them from the passing of the Act before they are required to conform to the meal hours specified by the Factory Acts." End quote. The Act had hardly received the sanction of Parliament when the manufacturers also discovered this, quote, "The inconveniences we expected to arise from the introduction of the Factory Acts into our branches of manufacture, I am happy to say, have not arisen. We do not find the production at all interfered with. In short, we produce more in the same time." End quote. It is evident that the British Parliament, which no one will reproach with being excessively endowed with genius, has been led by experience to the conclusion that a simple compulsory law is sufficient to enact away all the so-called impediments opposed by the nature of the process to the restriction and regulation of the working day. Hence, on the introduction of the Factory Act into a given industry, a period varying from 6 to 18 months is fixed within which it is incumbent on the manufacturers to remove all technical impediments to the working of the Act. Mirabeau's "impossible, never use that ridiculous word to me," is particularly applicable to modern technology. But though the Factory Acts thus artificially ripen the material elements necessary for the conversion of the manufacturing system into the factory system, yet at the same time, because they make it necessary to lay out a greater amount of capital, they hasten the decline of the small masters and the concentration of capital. Apart from the purely technical impediments, which can be removed by technical means, the irregular habits of the workers themselves obstruct the regulation of the hours of labor. This is especially the case where piece wages predominate, where loss of time in one part of the day or week can be made good by subsequent overtime or by night work, a process which brutalizes the adult worker and ruins his wife and children. Although this absence of regularity in the expenditure of labor power is a natural and crudely spontaneous reaction against the tedium of monotonous drudgery, it also originates, and to a much greater degree, from the anarchy in production itself, an anarchy that in its turn presupposes unbridled exploitation of labor power by the capitalist. Alongside the general and periodic changes in the industrial cycle and the special fluctuations in the markets to which each industry is subject, we may also reckon what is called the season, dependent either on the periodicity of the favorable seasons of the year for navigation or on fashion, and the sudden placing of large orders that have to be executed in the shortest possible time. The habit of giving such orders becomes more frequent with the extension of railways and telegraphs. Quote, "The extension of the railway system throughout the country has tended very much to encourage giving short notice. Purchasers now come up from Glasgow, Manchester, and Edinburgh once every fortnight or so to the wholesale city warehouses which we supply, and give small orders requiring immediate execution, instead of buying from stock as they used to do. Years ago, we were always able to work in the slack time so as to meet the demand of the next season, but now no one can say beforehand what will be in demand then." End quote. In factories and places of manufacture which are not yet subject to the Factory Acts, the most fearful overwork prevails periodically during what is called the season, as a result of sudden orders. In the outside departments of factory, workshop, and warehouse, the so-called domestic workers, whose employment is at best irregular, are entirely dependent for their raw material and their orders on the caprice of the capitalist, who, in this industry, is not hampered by any regard for the depreciation of his buildings and machinery, and risks nothing by a stoppage of work but the skin of the worker himself. Here, then, he sets himself systematically to work to form an industrial reserve force that shall be ready at a moment's notice. During one part of the year, he decimates this force by the most inhuman toil. During the other part, he lets it starve for lack of work. Quote, "Employers avail themselves of the habitual irregularity in work at home when any extra work is wanted at a push, so that work goes on till 11 and 12 p.m. or 2 a.m., or as the usual phrase is, all hours. And in places where the stench is enough to knock you down, you go to the door, perhaps, and open it, but shudder to go further." End quote. "They are curious men," said one of the witnesses, a shoemaker, speaking of the masters, "and think it does a boy no harm to work too hard for half the year, if he is nearly idle for the other half." Like the technical impediments, these usages which have grown with the growth of trade, or business customs, were also proclaimed by interested capitalists, and are still proclaimed to be natural barriers inherent in production. This was a favorite cry of the cotton lords at the time when they were first threatened with the Factory Acts. Although their industry depends more than any other on the world market, and therefore on shipping, experience showed they were lying. Since then, every pretended obstruction to business has been treated by the factory inspectors as a mere sham. The thoroughly conscientious investigations of the Children's Employment Commission proved that the effect of the regulation of the hours of work in some industries was to spread the mass of labor previously employed more evenly over the whole year, that this regulation was the first rational bridle on the murderous, meaningless caprices of fashion, caprices which fit in very badly with the system under which large-scale industry operates, that is, the development of ocean navigation and of the means of communication in general, has destroyed the actual technical foundation of seasonal labor, and that all other so-called uncontrollable circumstances are swept away by the increased size of the buildings, the additional machinery, the increased number of workers employed simultaneously, and the automatic impact of all these changes on the mode of conducting the wholesale trade. But for all that, capital never becomes reconciled to such changes, and this is admitted over and over again by its own representatives, except under the pressure of a general act of Parliament for the compulsory regulation of the hours of labor. Section 9. The Health and Education Clauses of the Factory Acts, the general extension of factory legislation in England. Factory legislation, that first conscious and methodical reaction of society against the spontaneously developed form of its production process, is, as we have seen, just as much the necessary product of large-scale industry as cotton yarn, self-actors, and the electric telegraph. Before we go on to consider the extension of that legislation in England, we shall briefly notice certain clauses contained in the Factory Acts which do not relate to the hours of work. Quite apart from their wording, which makes it easy for the capitalist to evade them, the clauses relating to health are extremely meager, and in fact limited to provisions for whitewashing the walls, for ensuring cleanliness and some other matters, for ventilation, and for protection against dangerous machinery. We shall return again in Volume 3 to the fanatical opposition of the manufacturers to those clauses which imposed on them a slight expenditure on appliances for protecting the arms and legs of their hands. Here is yet another dazzling vindication of the free trade dogma that, in a society of mutually antagonistic interests, each individual furthers the common welfare by seeking his own personal advantage. One example will suffice. It is a well-known fact that during the last 20 years the flax industry has expanded considerably, and that, with that expansion, the number of scutching mills in Ireland has increased. In 1864, there were in that country 1,800 of these mills. Regularly in the autumn and winter, women and young persons, the wives, sons, and daughters of the neighboring small farmers, a class of people entirely unaccustomed to machinery, are taken from field labor to feed the rollers of scutching mills with flax. The accidents, both as regards the number and kind, are wholly unparalleled in the history of machinery. In one scutching mill at Kildonan, near Cork, there occurred between 1852 and 1856 6 fatal accidents and 60 mutilations. Each one of these might have been prevented by the simplest appliances, costing a few shillings. Dr. W. White, the certifying surgeon for factories at Downpatrick, states in his official report dated the 15th of December 1865, quote, "The serious accidents at the scutching mills are of the most fearful nature. In many cases, a quarter of the body is torn from the trunk, and either involves death or a future of wretched incapacity and suffering. The increase of mills in the country will of course extend these dreadful results, and it will be a great boon if they are brought under legislature. I am convinced that by proper supervision of scutching mills, a vast sacrifice of life and limb would be averted." End quote. What could be more characteristic of the capitalist mode of production than the fact that it is necessary by Act of Parliament to force upon the capitalist the simplest appliances for maintaining cleanliness and health? In the potteries, the Factory Act of 1864, quote, "has whitewashed and cleansed upwards of 200 workshops, after a period of abstinence from any such cleaning, in many cases of 20 years, and in some entirely, this is the abstinence of the capitalist, in which were employed 27,800 artisans, hitherto breathing through protracted days and often nights of labor, a mephitic atmosphere, and which rendered an otherwise comparatively innocuous occupation pregnant with disease and death. The act has improved the ventilation very much." End quote. At the same time, this part of the act strikingly demonstrates that the capitalist mode of production by its very nature excludes all rational improvement beyond a certain point. It has been repeatedly noted that the English doctors are unanimous in declaring that where work is continuous, 500 cubic feet is the very smallest space that should be allowed for each person. Now, just as the Factory Acts, owing to their compulsory provisions, indirectly hasten the conversion of small workshops into factories, thus indirectly attacking the proprietary rights of the smaller capitalists and assuring a monopoly to the big ones, so too in the same way, thousands of small employers would be expropriated directly at a single stroke if it were made obligatory to provide the proper space for each worker in each workshop. This would strike at the very roots of the capitalist mode of production, i.e. the self-valorization of capital, whether on a small or large scale, by means of free purchase and consumption of labor power. Factory legislation is therefore brought to a dead halt before these 500 cubic feet of breathing space. The health officers, the industrial inquiry commissioners, the factory inspectors all repeat over and over again that it is both necessary for the workers to have these 500 cubic feet and impossible to impose this rule on capital. They are, in reality, declaring that consumption and other pulmonary diseases of the workers are conditions necessary to the existence of capital. Paltry as the education clauses of the Act appear on the whole, they do proclaim that elementary education is a compulsory precondition for the employment of children. The success of those clauses proved for the first time the possibility of combining education and gymnastics with manual labor, and consequently of combining manual labor with education and gymnastics. The factory inspectors soon found out, by questioning the schoolmasters, that the factory children, although they received only one half the education of the regular day students, yet learned quite as much and often more. Quote, "This can be accounted for by the simple fact that, with only being at school for one half of the day, they are always fresh, and nearly always ready and willing to receive instruction. The system on which they work, half manual labor and half school, renders each employment a rest and a relief to the other. Consequently, both are far more congenial to the child than would be the case were he kept constantly at one. It is quite clear that a boy who has been at school all the morning cannot, in hot weather particularly, cope with one who comes fresh and bright from his work." End quote. Further evidence of this will be found at the senior's speech in the Social Science Congress at Edinburgh in 1863. He shows there, amongst other things, how the monotonous, unproductive, and long school day undergone by the children of the upper and middle classes uselessly adds to the labor of the teacher, quote, "while he not only fruitlessly but absolutely injuriously wastes the time, health, and the energy of the children." End quote. As Robert Owen has shown us in detail, the germ of the education of the future is present in the factory system. This education will, in the case of every child over a given age, combine productive labor with instruction and gymnastics, not only as one of the methods of adding to the efficiency of production, but as the only method of producing fully developed human beings. As we have seen, large-scale industry sweeps away by technical means the division of labor characteristic of manufacture, under which each man is bound hand and foot for life to a single specialized operation. At the same time, the capitalist form of large-scale industry reproduces this same division of labor in a still more monstrous shape, in the factory proper, by converting the worker into a living appendage of the machine, and everywhere outside the factory by the sporadic use of machinery and machine workers, or by the introduction of the labor of women, children, and unskilled men as a new foundation for the division of labor. The contradiction between the division of labor under manufacture and the essential character of large-scale industry makes itself forcibly felt. It appears, for example, in the frightful fact that a great part of the children employed in modern factories and manufacturers are, from their earliest years, riveted to the most simple manipulations, and exploited for years without being taught a single kind of skill that would afterwards make them of use, even in the same factory. In the English letterpress printing trade, for example, there formerly existed a system, corresponding to that in the old manufactures and handicrafts, of advancing the apprentices from easy to more and more difficult work. They went through a course of teaching till they were finished printers. To be able to read and write was for every one of them a requirement for their trade. All this was changed by the printing machine. It employs two sorts of worker. On the one hand, there are adults, tenters, and on the other hand there are boys, mostly from 11 to 17 years of age, whose sole occupation is either to spread the sheets of paper under the machine or to take from it the printed sheets. They perform this weary task, in London especially, for 14, 15, and 16 hours at a stretch, during several days in the week, and frequently for 36 hours, with only 2 hours rest for meals and sleep. A great proportion of them cannot read, and they are, as a rule, utter savages and very extraordinary creatures. Quote, "To qualify them for the work which they have to do, they require no intellectual training. There is little room in it for skill and less for judgment. Their wages, though rather high for boys, do not increase proportionately as they grow up, and the majority of them cannot look for advancement to the better paid and more responsible post of machine minder because, while each machine has but one minder, it has at least 2 and often 4 boys attached to it." End quote. As soon as they get too old for such children's work, that is, at about 17 years old, at the latest, they are discharged from the printing establishments. They become recruits for crime. Attempts to procure them employment elsewhere come to grief, owing to their ignorance and brutality, their mental and bodily degradation. What is true of the division of labor within the workshop under the system of manufacture is also true of the division of labor within society. As long as handicrafts and manufacture form the universal basis of social production, the subjection of the producer to a single branch, the breaking up of the originally multifarious parts of his employment, is a necessary aspect of the process of development. It is on that basis that each separate branch of production acquires its technically appropriate shape empirically, and slowly perfects it. Then, as soon as a particular degree of maturity has been reached, it rapidly crystallizes. Once this has happened, the only thing that here and there gives rise to a change, apart from the provision of new materials for labor through the medium of trade, is the gradual alteration of the instruments of labor. But their form, too, once it has been definitively laid down by experience, undergoes a process of petrification, as is proved by their frequent transmission from one generation to another unaltered through thousands of years. It is characteristic of this situation that, right down to the 18th century, the different trades were called mysteries, into whose secrets none but those initiated by their profession and their practical experience could penetrate. Large-scale industry tore aside the veil that concealed for men their own social process of production, and turned the various spontaneously divided branches of production into riddles, not only to outsiders but even to the initiated. Its principle, which is to view each process of production in and for itself, and to resolve it into its constituent elements without looking first at the ability of the human hand to perform the new processes, brought into existence the whole of modern science of technology. The varied, apparently unconnected and petrified forms of the social production process were now dissolved into conscious and planned applications of natural science, and divided up systematically in accordance with the particular useful effect aimed at in each case. Similarly, technology discovered the few grand fundamental forms of motion which, despite all the diversity of the instruments used, apply necessarily to every productive action of the human body, just as the science of mechanics is not misled by the immense complication of modern machinery into viewing this as anything other than the constant reappearance of the same simple mechanical processes. Modern industry never views or treats the existing form of a production process as a definitive one. Its technical basis is therefore revolutionary, whereas all earlier modes of production were essentially conservative. By means of machinery, chemical processes, and other methods, it is continually transforming not only the technical basis of production, but also the functions of the worker and the social combinations of the labor process. At the same time, it thereby also revolutionizes the division of labor within society, and incessantly throws masses of capital and of workers from one branch of production to another. Thus, large-scale industry, by its very nature, necessitates variation of labor, fluidity of functions, and mobility of the worker in all directions. But on the other hand, in its capitalist form, it reproduces the old division of labor with all its ossified particularities. We have seen how this absolute contradiction does away with all repose, all fixity, and all security as far as the worker's life situation is concerned, how it constantly threatens, by taking away the instruments of labor, to snatch from his hands the means of subsistence, and by suppressing his specialized function, to make him superfluous. We have seen, too, how this contradiction bursts forth without restraint in the ceaseless human sacrifices required from the working class, in the reckless squandering of labor powers, and in the devastating effects of social anarchy. This is the negative side. But if, at present, variation of labor imposes itself after the manner of an overpowering natural law, and with the blindly destructive action of a natural law that meets with obstacles everywhere, large-scale industry, through its very catastrophes, makes the recognition of variation of labor, and hence the fitness of the worker for the maximum number of different kinds of labor, into a question of life and death. This possibility of varying labor must become a general law of social production, and the existing relations must be adapted to permit its realization in practice. That monstrosity, the disposable working population held in reserve, in misery for the changing requirements of capitalist exploitation, must be replaced by the individual man who is absolutely available for the different kinds of labor required of him. The partially developed individual, who is merely the bearer of one specialized social function, must be replaced by the totally developed individual, for whom the different social functions are different modes of activity he takes up in turn. One aspect of this process of transformation, which has developed spontaneously from the foundation provided by large-scale industry, is the establishment of technical and agricultural schools. Another is the foundation of schools for vocational teaching, in which the children of the workers receive a certain amount of instruction in technology and in the practical handling of the various implements of labor. Though the Factory Act, that first and meager concession wrung from capital, is limited to combining elementary education with work in the factory, there can be no doubt that, with the inevitable conquest of political power by the working class, technological education, both theoretical and practical, will take its proper place in the schools of the workers. There is also no doubt that those revolutionary ferments whose goal is the abolition of the old division of labor stand in diametrical contradiction with the capitalist form of production, and the economic situation of the workers which corresponds to that form. However, the development of production is the only historical way in which it can be dissolved and then reconstructed on a new basis. Let the cobbler stick to his last, a phrase which was the absolute summit of handicraft wisdom, became sheer nonsense from the moment the watchmaker Watt invented the steam engine, the barber Arkwright the throstle, and the jeweler Fulton the steamship. As long as factory legislation is confined to regulating the labor done in factories, etc., it is regarded only as an interference with capital's rights of exploitation. But when it comes to regulating so-called domestic labor, this is immediately viewed as a direct attack on the patria potestas, or in modern terms, parental authority. The tender-hearted English Parliament long affected to shrink from taking the step. The power of facts, however, at last compelled it to acknowledge that large-scale industry, in overturning the economic foundation of the old family system and the family labor corresponding to it, had also dissolved the old family relationships. The rights of the children had to be proclaimed. The concluding report of the Children's Employment Commission, published in 1866, says, quote, "It is, unhappily, to a painful degree apparent throughout the whole of the evidence, that against no persons do the children of both sexes so much require protection as against their parents." End quote. The system of unlimited exploitation of children's labor in general and so-called domestic labor in particular is, quote, "maintained only because the parents are able, without check or control, to exercise this arbitrary and mischievous power over their young and tender offspring. Parents must not possess the absolute power of making their children mere machines to earn so much weekly wage. The children and young persons, therefore, in all such cases, may justifiably claim from the legislature as a natural right that an exemption should be secured to them from what destroys prematurely their physical strength and lowers them in the scale of intellectual and moral beings." End quote. It was not, however, the misuse of parental power that created the direct or indirect exploitation of immature labor powers by capital, but rather the opposite, i.e., the capitalist mode of exploitation, by sweeping away the economic foundation which corresponded to parental power, made the use of parental power into its misuse. However terrible and disgusting the dissolution of the old family ties within the capitalist system may appear, large-scale industry, by assigning an important part in socially organized processes of production outside the sphere of the domestic economy to women, young persons, and children of both sexes, does nevertheless create a new economic foundation for a higher form of the family and of the relations between the sexes. It is, of course, just as absurd to regard the Christian Germanic form of the family as absolute and final, as it would have been in the case of the ancient Roman, the ancient Greek, or the Oriental forms, which, moreover, form a series in historical development. It is also obvious that the fact that the collective working group is composed of individuals of both sexes and all ages must, under the appropriate conditions, turn into a source of humane development, although in its spontaneously developed, brutal capitalist form, the system works in the opposite direction, and becomes a pestiferous source of corruption and slavery, since here the worker exists for the process of production, and not the process of production for the worker. The necessity for a generalization of the Factory Acts, for transforming them from exceptional laws relating to mechanical spinning and weaving, those first creations of machinery, into the general law for all social production, arose, as we have seen, from the path of historical development taken by large-scale industry, for, in its wake, the traditional shape of manufacture, handicrafts, and domestic industry is entirely revolutionized. Manufactures are constantly passing over into the factory system, and handicrafts into manufactures, and at the end, the spheres of handicrafts and domestic industry become, in what is relatively an amazingly short time, dens of misery, where capitalist exploitation is given free rein to commit the most frightful iniquities. There are two circumstances which finally turn the scale. First, the constantly recurring experience that as soon as capital is subjected to state control, even at a handful of points on the periphery of society, it seeks compensation all the more unrestrainedly at all other points, and second, the cry of the capitalists for equality in the conditions of competition, i.e. for equality of restraint on the exploitation of labor. Let us listen to two heartfelt outpourings on this matter. Messrs. W. Cooksley of Bristol, nail and chain manufacturers, voluntarily introduced the regulations of the Factory Acts into their business. Quote, as the old irregular system prevails in the neighboring works, the Messrs. Cooksley are subject to the disadvantage of having their boys enticed to continue their labor elsewhere after 6 p.m. This, they naturally say, is an injustice and loss to us, as it exhausts a portion of the boys' strength of which we ought to have the full benefit. End quote. Mr. J. Simpson, paper-box and bag maker of London, states before the commissioners of the Children's Employment Commission, quote, he would sign any petition for legislative intervention. As it was, he always felt restless at night when he had closed his place, lest others should be working later than him and getting away his orders. End quote. Summing up, the commissioners declare, quote, it would be unjust to the larger employers that their factories should be placed under regulation, while the hours of labor in the small places in their own branch of business were under no legislative restriction, and to the injustice arising from the unfair conditions of competition in regard to hours that would be created if the smaller places of work were exempt, would be added the disadvantage to the larger manufacturers of finding their supply of juvenile and female labor drawn off to the places of work exempt from legislation. Further, a stimulus would be given to the multiplication of the smaller places of work, which are almost invariably the least favorable to health, comfort, education, and general improvement of the people. End quote. In its concluding report, the Children's Employment Commission proposes to subject to the Factory Act more than 1,400,000 children, young persons, and women, of whom about one-half are exploited in small industries and in so-called domestic labor. It says this, quote, but if it should seem fit to Parliament to place the whole of that large number of children, young persons, and females under the protective legislation above adverted to, it cannot be doubted that such legislation would have a most beneficent effect, not only upon the young and the feeble, who are its more immediate objects, but upon the still larger body of adult workers, who would, in all those employments both directly and indirectly, come immediately under its influence. It would enforce them upon regular and moderate hours. It would lead to their places of work being kept in a healthy and cleanly state. It would therefore husband and improve that store of physical strength on which their own well-being and that of the country so much depends. It would save the rising generation from that overexertion at an early age which undermines their constitutions and leads to premature decay. Finally, it would ensure them, at least up to the age of 13, the opportunity of receiving the elements of education, and would put an end to that utter ignorance which, as faithfully exhibited in the reports of our assistant commissioners, cannot be regarded without the deepest pain and a profound sense of national humiliation. End quote. The Tory government announced on the 5th of February 1867, in the speech from the throne, that it had incorporated the proposals of the Children's Employment Commission into bills. To get that far, an extra 20 years of experimenta incorporabili had been required. Already in 1840, a parliamentary commission of inquiry into child labor had been appointed. Its report, published in 1842, unfolded, in the words of Nassau W. Sr., quote, "the most frightful picture of avarice, selfishness, and cruelty on the part of masters and parents, and of juvenile and infantile misery, degradation, and destruction ever presented. It may be supposed that it describes the horrors of a past age, but there is unhappily evidence that those horrors continue as intense as they were. A pamphlet published by Hardwick in 1860 states that the abuses complained of in 1842 are in full bloom at the present day of 1863. It is a strange proof of the general neglect of the morals and health of the children of the working class that this report lay unnoticed for 20 years, during which the children, bred up without the remotest sign of comprehension as to what is meant by the term morals, who had neither knowledge nor religion nor natural affection, were allowed to become the parents of the present generation." End quote. In the meantime, the social situation had undergone a change. Parliament did not dare to shelve the demands of the Commission of 1862 as it had done those of the Commission of 1840. Hence, in 1864, when the Commission had not yet published more than a part of its reports, the earthenware industries, including potteries, the manufacture of wallpaper, matches, cartridges, and percussion caps, and the cutting of fustian were placed under the acts in force in the textile industry. It was then that the Tory government, which was now in power, announced, in the speech from the throne, the introduction of further bills, founded on the final recommendations of the Commission, which had completed its labors in 1866. The Factory Acts Extension Act received the royal assent on the 15th of August 1867, the Workshops Regulation Act on 21st of August 1867. The first act regulated the large industries, the second the small. The Factory Acts Extension Act applies to blast furnaces, iron and copper mills, foundries, machine shops, metal works, gutta percha works, paper mills, glass works, tobacco factories, letterpress, printing works, book binding works, in short, to all industrial establishments of this kind, in which 50 individuals or more are occupied simultaneously and for not less than 100 days a year. To give an idea of the extent of the sphere embraced by the Workshops Regulation Act and its application, we shall cite the definition it lays down. Quote, "Handicraft shall mean any manual labor exercised by way of trade, or for purposes of gain in or incidental to the making of any article or part of an article, or in or incidental to the altering, repairing, ornamenting, finishing, or otherwise adapting for sale any article. Workshop shall mean any room or place, whatever in the open air or under cover, in which any handicraft is carried on by any child, young person, or woman, and to which and over which the person by whom such child, young person, or woman is employed has the right of access and control. Employed shall mean occupied in any handicraft, whether for wages or not, under a master or under a parent as herein defined. Parent shall mean parent, guardian, or person having the custody of or control over any child or young person." End quote. Clause 7, which imposes a penalty for the employment of children, young persons, and women in contravention of the provisions of the Act, lays down fines not only for the occupier of the workshop, whether a parent or not, but also for the parent of or the person deriving any direct benefit from the labor of or having the control over the child, young person, or woman. The Factory Acts Extension Act, which affects the large establishments, regresses from the Factory Act by a mass of vicious exceptions and cowardly compromises with the masters. The Workshops Regulation Act, wretched as far as its detailed provisions were concerned, remained a dead letter in the hands of the municipal and local authorities who were charged with its execution. When in 1871 Parliament withdrew this power from them, in order to confer it on the factory inspectors, to whose province it thus added at a single stroke more than 100,000 workshops, as well as 300 brickworks, care was taken at the same time not to add more than 8 assistants to their already undermanned staff. What strikes us then in the English legislation of 1867 is, on the one hand, the necessity imposed on the Parliament of the ruling classes of adopting in principle such extraordinary and extensive measures against the excesses of capitalist exploitation, and on the other hand, the hesitation and unwillingness and the bad faith with which it actually puts these measures into practice. The 1862 Inquiry Commission also proposed a renewed regulation of the mining industry, an industry distinguished from all others by the fact that in it the interests of the landowner and the capitalist coincide. The antagonism between these two interests had been favorable to factory legislation, and the absence of that antagonism is sufficient to explain the delays and the chicanery surrounding the legislation on mines. The 1840 Inquiry Commission had made revelations so terrible and shocking, and created such a scandal throughout Europe, that to salve its conscience, Parliament passed the Mining Act of 1842. But but this did no more than forbid the employment underground of children under 10 years of age and of females. Then, in 1860, there came the Mines Inspection Act, which provides that mines shall be inspected by public officials appointed specially for that purpose, and that boys between the ages of 10 and 12 years shall not be employed unless they have a school certificate or go to school for a certain number of hours. This act was a complete dead letter, owing to the ridiculously small number of inspectors, the meagerness of their powers, and other causes that will become apparent as we proceed. One of the most recent blue books on mines is the Report from the Select Committee on Mines, together with evidence from the 23rd of July, 1866. This is the work of a parliamentary committee selected from members of the House of Commons and authorized to summon and examine witnesses. It is a thick folio volume, but the report itself occupies only 5 lines to this effect. The committee has nothing to say, and more witnesses must be examined. The mode of examining the witnesses reminds one of the cross-examination of witnesses in English courts of justice, where the advocate tries, by means of impudent, confusing, and unexpected questions, to intimidate and confound the witness, and to give a forced meaning to the answers thus extorted. In this inquiry, the members of the committee themselves are the cross-examiners, and among them are to be found both mine owners and mine exploiters. The witnesses are mining workers, mostly coal miners. The whole farce is too characteristic of the spirit of capital not to call for a few extracts from this report. For the sake of conciseness, I have classified them under headings. I should also add that every question and its obligatory answer are numbered in the English Blue Books, and that the witnesses whose depositions are cited here are all workers in coal mines. 1. Employment in mines of boys of 10 years and upwards. In the mines, the work, including the obligatory journey to and from the mine, usually lasts 14 or 15 hours, in exceptional cases even longer, from 3, 4, and 5 a.m. until 5 and 6 p.m. in the evening. The adults work in 2 shifts of 8 hours each, but there is no such alteration with the boys, on account of the expense. The younger boys are chiefly employed in opening and shutting the ventilating doors in the various parts of the mine. The older ones are employed on heavier work, in carrying coal, etc. They work these long hours underground until their 18th or 22nd year, when they are put to miners' work proper. Children and young persons are at present worse treated and harder worked than at any previous period. The miners almost unanimously demand an Act of Parliament prohibiting the employment of children under 14 in mines. And now Hussey Vivian, himself a mine owner, asks, would not the opinion of the workmen depend on the poverty of the workingman's family? Mr. Bruce says, do you not think it would be a very hard case where a parent had been injured, or where he was sickly, or where a father was dead and there was only a mother, to prevent a child between 12 and 14 earning 1 shilling 7p a day for the good of the family? You must lay down a general rule. Are you prepared to recommend legislation which would prevent the employment of children under 12 and 14, whatever the state of their parents might be? The response, yes. Vivian says, supposing that an enactment were passed preventing the employment of children under the age of 14, would it not be probable that the parents of the children would seek employment for their children in other directions, for instance in manufacture? Not generally, I think. Kinnaird says, some of the boys are keepers of doors? Yes. Is there not generally a very great draught every time you open a door or close it? Yes, generally there is. It sounds a very easy thing, but it is in fact rather a painful one. He is in prison there just the same as if he was in a cell of a gaol. The bourgeois Vivian says, whenever a boy is furnished with a lamp, cannot he read? Yes, he can read if he buys himself candles. I suppose he would be found fault with if he were discovered reading. He is there to mind his business, he has a duty to perform, and he has to attend to it in the first place, and I do not think it would be allowed down the pit. 2. Education. The mining workers want a law for the compulsory education of their children, as in factories. They declare that the clauses of the Act of 1860, which require a school certificate to be obtained before employing boys of 10 and 12 years of age, are quite illusory. The painstaking cross-examination conducted by the capitalist investigating magistrates on this subject is positively droll. Is it required more against the masters or against the parents? It is required against both, I think. You cannot say whether it is required against one more than against the other? No, I can hardly answer that question. Does there appear to be any desire on the part of the employers that the boys should have such hours as to enable them to go to the school? No, the hours are never shortened for that purpose. Should you say that the colliers generally improve their education? Have you any instances of men who have, since they began to work, greatly improved their education, or do they not rather go back and lose any advantage that they may have gained? They generally become worse. They do not improve, they acquire bad habits, they get onto drinking and gambling and such like, and they go completely to wreck. Do they make any attempt of the kind by having schools at night? There are very few collieries where night schools are held, and perhaps at those collieries a few boys do go to those schools but are so physically exhausted that it is no purpose that they go there. You are then, concludes the bourgeois, against education? Most certainly not, but etc. But are the employers not compelled to demand school certificates? By law they are, but I am not aware that they are demanded by the employers. Then it is your opinion that the provision of this act as to requiring certificates is not generally carried out in the collieries? It is not carried out. Do the men take a great interest in this question of education? The majority of them do. Are they very anxious to see the law enforced? The majority are. Do you think that in this country any law that you pass can really be effectual unless the population themselves assist in putting it into operation? Many a man might wish to object to employing a boy, but he would perhaps become marked by it. Marked by whom? By the employers. Do you think that the employers would find any fault with a man who obeyed the law? I believe they would. Have you ever heard of any workman objecting to employ a boy between 10 and 12 who could not write or read? It is not left to men's option. Would you call for the interference of Parliament? I think that if anything effectual is to be done in the education of the colliers' children, it will have to be made compulsory by the Act of Parliament. Would you lay that obligation upon the colliers only, or all the work people of Great Britain? I came to speak for the colliers. Why should you distinguish them from other boys? Because I think they're an exception to the rule. In what respect? In a physical respect. Why should education be more valuable to them than to the other classes of lads? I do not know that it is more valuable, but through the overexertion in mines there is less chance for the boys that are employed there to get education, either at Sunday schools or at day schools. Is it impossible to look at a question of this sort absolutely by itself? Is there a sufficiency of schools? No. If the state were to require that every child should be sent to school, would there be schools for the children to go to? No, but I think if the circumstances were to spring up, the schools would be forthcoming. Some of the boys cannot read or write at all, I suppose. The majority cannot. The majority of the men themselves cannot. 3. Employment of women. Since 1842, women are no longer employed underground, but occupied on the surface in loading the coal, etc., in drawing the tubs to the canals and railway wagons, and sorting, etc. The numbers have increased considerably during the past 3 or 4 years. They are mostly the wives, daughters, and widows of the colliers, and their ages range from 12 to 50 or 60 years. What is the feeling among the working miners as to the employment of women? I think they generally condemn it. What objection do you see to it? I think it's degrading to the sex. There is a peculiarity of dress? Yes, it is rather a man's dress, and I believe in some cases it drowns all sense of decency. Do the women smoke? Some do. And I suppose it is very dirty work? Very dirty. They get black and grimy? As black as those who are down in the mines. I believe that a woman having children, and there are plenty on the banks that have, cannot do her duty to her children. Do you think that those widows could get employment anywhere else, which would bring them in as much wages as that? From 8 shillings to 10 shillings a week? I cannot speak to that. You would still be prepared, would you, to prevent their obtaining a livelihood by these means? I would. What is the general feeling in that district as to the employment of women? The feeling is that it is degrading, as we wish as miners to have more respect to the fair sex than to see them placed on the pit bank. Some part of the work is very hard. Some of these girls have raised as much as 10 tons of stuff a day. Do you think that the women employed about the collieries are less moral than the women employed in the factories? The percentage of bad ones may be a little more than with the girls in the factories. But you are not quite satisfied with the state of morality in the factories? No. Would you prohibit the employment of women in factories also? No, I would not. Why not? I think it a more honorable occupation for them in the mills. Still, it is injurious to their morality, you think? Not so much as working on the pit bank, but it is more on the social position, I take it. I do not take it on its moral ground alone. The degradation and its social bearing on the girls is deplorable in the extreme. When these 400 or 500 girls become colliers' wives, the men suffer greatly from this degradation, and it causes them to leave their homes and drink. You would be obliged to stop the employment of women in the ironworks as well, would you not, if you stopped it in the colliers? I cannot speak for any other trade. Can you see any difference in the circumstances of women employed in ironworks and the circumstances of women employed above ground in collieries? I have not ascertained anything as to that. Can you see anything that makes a distinction between one class and the other? I have not ascertained that, but I know from house-to-house visitation that it is a deplorable state of things in our district. Would you interfere in every case with the employment of women where that employment was degrading? It would become injurious, I think, in this way. The best feelings of Englishmen have been gained from the instruction of a mother. That equally applies to agricultural employments, does it not? Yes, but that is only for 2 seasons, and they have work all the 4 seasons. They often work day and night, wet through to their skin, their constitution undermined and their health ruined. You have not inquired more generally into that subject, i.e., the employment of women, perhaps? I have certainly taken note of it as I have gone along, and certainly I have seen nothing parallel to the effects of employment of women on the pit bank. It is the work of a man, a strong man. Your feeling among the whole subject is that the better class of colliers who desire to raise themselves and humanize themselves instead of deriving help from the women are pulled down by them? Yes. After some further crooked questions from these bourgeois, the secret of their sympathy for widows, poor families, and so on emerges into the daylight. The coal proprietor appoints certain gentlemen to take the oversight of the workings, and it is their policy, in order to receive approbation, to place things on the most economical basis they can, and these girls are employed at from 1 shilling up to 1 shilling 6 a day, where a man at the rate of 2 shillings 6 a day would have to be employed. 4. Coroner's juries. With regard to the coroner's inquests in your district, have the workmen confidence in the proceedings at those inquests when accidents occur? No, they have not. Why not? Chiefly because the men who are generally chosen are men who know nothing about mines and such like. Are not workmen summoned at all upon the juries? Never but as witnesses, to my knowledge. Who are the people who are generally summoned upon these juries? Generally tradesmen in the neighborhood. From their circumstances, they are sometimes liable to be influenced by their employers, the owners of the works. They are generally men who have no knowledge and can scarcely understand the witnesses who are called before them, and the terms which are used and such like. Would you have the jury composed of persons who had been employed in mining? Yes, partly. The workers think that the verdict is not in accordance with the evidence given generally. One great subject in summoning a jury is to have an impartial one, is it not? Yes, I should think so. Do you think that the juries would be impartial if they were composed to a considerable extent of the workmen? I cannot see any motive which the workmen would have to act partially. They necessarily have a better knowledge of the operations in connection with the mine. You do not think that there would be a tendency on the part of the workmen to return unfairly severe verdicts? No, I think not. 5. False weights and measures. The workers demand to be paid by the week instead of by the fortnight, and by weight instead of by the cubic content of the tubs. They also demand protection against the use of false weights. If the tubs were fraudulently increased, a man could discontinue working by giving 14 days' notice. But if he goes to another place, there is the same thing going on there. But he can leave that place where the wrong has been committed? It is general. Wherever he goes, he has to submit to it. Could a man leave by giving 14 days' notice? Yes. So much for that. 6. Inspection of mines. Casualties from gas explosions are not the only things that workers suffer from. Our men complained very much of the bad ventilation of the collieries. The ventilation is so bad in general that the men can scarcely breathe. They are quite unfit for employment of any kind after they have been for a length of time in connection with their work. Indeed, just as the part of the mine where I am working, men have been obliged to leave their employments and come home in consequence of that. Some of them have been out of work for weeks just in consequence of the bad state of the ventilation where there is not explosive gas. There's plenty of air generally in the main courses, yet pains are not taken to get air into the workings where men are working. Why do you not apply to the inspector? To tell the truth, there are many men who are timid on that point. There have been cases of men being sacrificed and losing their employment in consequence of applying to the inspector. Why? Is he a marked man for having complained? Yes. And he finds it difficult to get employment in another mine? Yes. Do you think the mines in your neighborhood are sufficiently inspected to ensure a compliance with the provisions of the Act? No, they're not inspected at all. The inspector has been down just once in the pit, and it has been going 7 years. In the district to which I belong, there are not a sufficient number of inspectors. We have one old man more than 70 years of age to inspect more than 130 collieries. You wish to have a class of sub-inspectors? Yes. But do you think it would be possible for government to maintain such an army of inspectors as would be necessary to do all that you want them to do without information from the men? No, I should think it would be next to impossible. Would it be desirable that the inspectors should come oftener? Yes, and without being sent for. Do you not think that the effect of having these inspectors examine the collieries so frequently would be to shift the responsibility of supplying proper ventilation from the owners of the collieries to the government officials? No, I do not think that. I think that they should make it their business to enforce the acts which are already in existence. When you speak of sub-inspectors, do you mean men at a less salary and of an inferior stamp to the present inspectors? I would not have them inferior if you could get them otherwise. Do you merely want more inspectors, or do you want a lower class of men as an inspector? A man who would knock about and see that things are kept right. A man who would not be afraid of himself. If you obtained your wish in getting an inferior class of inspectors appointed, do you think that there would be no danger from want of skill, etc.? I think not. I think that the government would see after that and have proper men in the position. This kind of examination at last becomes too much even for the chairman of the investigating committee, and he interrupts with the observation, "You want a class of men who would look into all the details of the mine, and would go into all the holes and corners, and go into the real facts. They would report to the chief inspector, who would then bring his scientific knowledge to bear on the facts they had stated. Would it not entail very great expense if all these old workings were kept ventilated? Yes, and expense might be incurred, but life would be at the same time protected." A mining worker protests against Section 17 of the Act of 1860. He says, "At the present time, if the inspector of mines finds a part of the mine unfit to work in, he has to report it to the mine owner and the Home Secretary. After doing that, there is given to the owner 20 days to look over the matter, and at the end of the 20 days he has the power to refuse making any alteration in the mine. But when he refuses, the mine owner writes to the Home Secretary, at the same time nominating 5 engineers, and from those 5 engineers named by the mine owner himself, the Home Secretary appoints one, I think, as arbitrator, or appoints arbitrators from them. Now we think in the case of the mine owner virtually appoints his own arbitrator." The bourgeois examiner, himself a mine owner, responds, "But is this merely a speculative objection?" "Then you have a very poor opinion of the integrity of mining engineers?" "It is most certainly unjust and inequitable. Do not mining engineers possess a sort of public character, and do not you think that they are above making such a partial decision as you apprehend? I do not wish to answer such a question as that with respect to the personal character of those men. I believe that in many cases they would act very partially indeed, and that it ought not to be in their hands to do so, where men's lives are at stake." The same bourgeois has the impudence to put this in question. "Do you not think that the mine owner also suffers loss from an explosion? And finally, are not you workmen in Lancashire able to take care of your own interests without calling in the government to help you? No." In the year 1865, there were 3,217 coal mines in Great Britain and 12 inspectors. A Yorkshire mine owner himself calculates that, leaving aside the purely bureaucratic activities which absorb the whole of their time, each mine can be visited only once in 10 years by an inspector. No wonder mining disasters have increased progressively, both in number and extent, sometimes with a loss of 200 to 300 men during the last 10 years. These are the beauties of free capitalist production. Defective as it is, the Act passed in 1872 is the first that regulates the hours of labor of children employed in the mines, and makes exploiters and owners to a certain extent responsible for so-called accidents. The Royal Commission, appointed in 1867 to inquire into the employment and agriculture of children, young persons, and women, has published some very important reports. Several attempts have been made to apply the principles of the Factory Acts in a modified form to agriculture, but so far these attempts have failed totally. However, all I wish to point out here is that there exists an irresistible tendency towards the general application of those principles. If the general extension of factory legislation to all trades for the purpose of protecting the working class both in mind and body has become inevitable, on the other hand, as we have already pointed out, that extension hastens on the general conversion of numerous isolated small industries into a few combined industries carried on at a large scale. It therefore accelerates the concentration of capital and the exclusive predominance of the factory system. It destroys both the ancient and the transitional forms behind which the dominion of capital is still partially hidden, and replaces them with a dominion which is direct and unconcealed. But by doing this, it also generalizes the direct struggle against its rule. While in each individual workshop it enforces uniformity, regularity, order, and economy, the result of the immense impetus given to technical improvement by the limitation and regulation of the working day is to increase the anarchy and the proneness to catastrophe of capitalist production as a whole, the intensity of labor, and the competition of machinery with the worker. By the destruction of small-scale and domestic industries, it destroys the last resorts of the redundant population, thereby removing what was previously a safety valve for the whole social mechanism. By maturing the material conditions and the other social combinations of the process of production, it matures the contradictions and antagonisms of the capitalist form of that process, and thereby ripens both the elements for forming a new society and the forces tending toward the overthrow of the old one. Section 10. Large-scale industry and agriculture. The revolution called forth by large-scale industry and agriculture, and in the social relations of the agricultural producers, will be investigated later on. Here we shall merely indicate a few results by way of anticipation. If the use of machinery in agriculture is for the most part free from the injurious physical effect it has on the factory worker, its effect in making workers redundant is more intense, and comes up against less resistance, as we shall see later in detail. In the counties of Cambridgeshire and Suffolk, for example, the area of cultivated land has been much extended within the last 20 years, while in the same period the rural population has diminished not only relatively but absolutely. In the United States of America, the workers are as yet only virtually replaced by agricultural machinery, i.e., the machines allow the producer to cultivate a larger area but do not actually expel any agricultural laborers employed. In 1861, the number of persons occupied in England and Wales in the manufacture of agricultural machinery was 1,034, while the number of agricultural laborers employed in using agricultural machinery and steam engines was only 1,205. In the sphere of agriculture, large-scale industry has a more revolutionary effect than elsewhere, for the reason that it annihilates the bulwark of the old society, the peasant, and substitutes him for the waged laborer. Thus the need for the social transformation and the antagonisms of the classes reaches the same level in the countryside as it has attained in the towns. A conscious, technological application of science replaces the previously highly irrational and slothfully traditional ways of working. The capitalist mode of production completes the disintegration of the primitive familial union which bound agriculture and manufacture together when they were both at an undeveloped and childlike stage. But at the same time, it creates the material conditions for a new and higher synthesis. A union of agriculture and industry on the basis of the forms that have developed during the period of their antagonistic isolation. Capitalist production collects the population together in great centers and causes the urban population to achieve an ever-growing preponderance. This has two results. On the one hand, it concentrates the historical motive power of society. On the other hand, it disturbs the metabolic interaction between man and earth, i.e., it prevents the return to the soil of its constituent elements consumed by man in the form of food and clothing. Hence, it hinders the operation of the eternal natural condition for lasting fertility of the soil. Thus, it destroys at the same time the physical health of the urban worker and the intellectual life of the rural worker. But by destroying the circumstances surrounding that metabolism, which originated in a merely natural and spontaneous fashion, it compels its systematic restoration as a regulative law of social production, and in a form adequate to the full development of the human race. In agriculture, as in manufacture, the capitalist transformation of the process of production also appears as a martyrology for the producer, and the instrument of labor appears as a means of enslaving, exploiting, and impoverishing the worker. The social combination of labor processes appears as an organized suppression of his individual vitality, freedom, and autonomy. The dispersal of the rural workers over large areas breaks their power of resistance, while concentration increases that of the urban workers. In modern agriculture, as in urban industry, the increase in the productivity and the mobility of labor is purchased at the cost of laying waste and debilitating labor power itself. Moreover, all progress in capitalist agriculture is progress in the art, not only of robbing the worker, but of robbing the soil, All progress in increasing the fertility of the soil for a given time is a progress towards ruining the more long-lasting sources of that fertility. The more a country proceeds from large-scale industry as the background of its development, as in the case of the United States, the more rapid is this process of destruction. Capitalist production, therefore, only develops the techniques and the degree of combination of the social process of production by simultaneously undermining the original sources of all wealth, the soil and the worker. End of Part 4.